Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to Cthulhu Confidential, Ex Astoria, Part 3. Pretty sure I have that set up, too. I don't know if I did. You know what? I forgot to check whether I changed the, I think I must have. I don't know if it said Part 3.
You actually did it at the end of last session, so you didn't forget.
Oh, good, because I would have forgotten. Hello, everyone. It is so good to see you. Good afternoon. So, my friends, with the dying light of the summer, I have decided to go all out and play some amazing one-on-one games with people that I like. And one of those people I like very, very much is, I can't say the name yet because that's part of the introduction, so I can't say it, but you're going to have to just guess who it is. It'll be a surprise. You won't have any idea who it might be. But I want to thank you all for coming out and supporting the show and supporting us. You being here is what helps make this exciting. I love playing with folks, and I love knowing that we are freaking out people, and I love all the support that you all have done while we're here. Let's see. If you want to support the show, being here is great. If you're on the YouTube and you want to like, subscribe, and comment, that is also great. Speaking of which, I've got to pull up something as a surprise. And you know, I'm just pulling it up. You can also give tips and bits, and if you give tips and bits and you leave a message, I will read that out at the end. And also, you can retweet that we're live so other folks can come, or reskeet that we're live so other folks can show up and hang out with us. Let's see what else. You can join our Discord. I feel like that's all the goodness that I feel like that. Is that it? I think so. That said, if you don't mind, I am going to read out some comments that have arrived.
I don't mind at all.
These are from, so we have a fan on YouTube who has been watching this for a long time and has been like, when are we getting Cthulhu Confidential back? I want to know what happens with Vivian Sinclair. And so this person is quite happy for us to return. So this is Solafine Zarin 2178 has a couple of comments and says, holy moly, Vivian Sinclair is finally back on track, and she's finally engaged to her long-term detective boyfriend, heart heart. So it's 1934. The last part was just addressed in 1930s. So how much time has passed? What do you think, like a year?
Yeah, I would say enough time that, like, she knows a lot more about mythos, because mythos was something that she developed through experience. But like, and she has a folder of do not think about these cases. Yeah.
Or think about them a whole lot, you know.
Yeah, or like wait until they get a normal edge on them.
Yeah. We also have the comment, the talk between Detective Joe O'Connor and future Mrs. Vivian O'Connor was golden. Thanks a bunch, Jackie and Trooper.
That was a fun one. And we actually did some pre-prep on that. No, we normally don't, but we're like, what happened? Where are they at in their relationship?
Yes. Like what was the, like, let's catch up on that year. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Will Hardboiled Reporter Vivian use all her NPC connections? For example, to visit the really angry people in the Bellevue Hospital? Will she be hunted by the evil, mad construction company boss and his goons? Will her future husband Joe have to visit her in jail? Or the Bellevue Hospital after she went into the strange tunnels? Or can she finally get her big scoop and get out alive and spend a nice honeymoon in the Niagara Falls Hotel? Tune in next week for the thrilling second part. That was all for the part one. Also, we had a comment from Gray Pinnell who says, 100 thumbs up for the love of Art Deco, which, for the love of Art Deco, should be my cover band.
I actually think that's a very true statement.
Yeah.
Look, if we had ostentatious amount of money, everything would be Art Deco.
Oh, sorry. You just made me so excited to think about that for a moment. I was like, oh, so much Art Deco. I would die. I'd be so happy. Oh, goodness.
We have a couple in Seattle, and those are my favorite buildings, are the Art Deco ones. And the pencil that's earthquake-proof.
Ooh. So, for me, I really love it when you look at a building and you think, the people who designed this and made this must have had some kind of fun or joy or pride in doing it because they got to do something interesting and cool, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I love a good Art Deco building. Oh. We do have 2 comments from the last session if you'd like to hear them.
I think we are all ready for them. I think there's a couple people went to go see part 2 if they need to catch up. So I don't think we'll do spoilers if we do that.
Okay. Vivian wants to enter the tunnel of death with her fiancé Joe, to turn it into the tunnel of love, with the help of a jar of safety goop. Sounds really strange, somewhat suggestive. Well, loving worried Joe has to save Vivian in the death tunnels of craziness. She isn't that hard to follow, leaving some clues behind. He's probably losing an arm, but just makes it. After marriage, they leave New York, move to the countryside, and raise a family. The end. Ta-da! Hearts. We'll see if they make it out. Also, she didn't tell Joe where she was going.
She did not. She did not tell Joe where she was going.
Because if
she's left a series of clues. Yeah. Just gonna say this is a. She left a series of anxieties. I think is more appropriate.
Yeah. And I sort of feel like she didn't tell him where she was going because then he would go there immediately.
Absolutely.
He would. She knows him. That is exactly what would happen.
Don't worry. If she goes missing, Andy will just let her know.
Yep. That's fine. So fine. So, I would like to, because I have not, and now it is time. We've done our recap. We've read our comments from last time. It is now time to introduce the woman with the plan, the reporter with the mostest. None of these things actually rhyme, but just pretend that they do. We're just going to pretend that they rhyme. The reporter with the daring do and the you-know-who. The player with a prayer. The PC who is peachy. The dame with fame. The best ever, JakiDash!
That's me! JakiDash. I'm trying to be appropriately loud on other people's stream, but that's me. I make bad decisions on purpose. I shouldn't say that. I make character choices on purpose.
Yes. I also feel like the decisions weren't bad. They were Vivian decisions that were bold and... You know, I'm gonna give a bit of a psychoanalysis for a moment.
Yeah. Yes.
And you can tell me what you think. This is my reading of Vivian and her choices. Vivian makes choices. Sometimes those choices get people killed. Yes. Sometimes she also saves people that she doesn't even need to. Yes. Sometimes she makes people's lives much, much better. And she makes choices that some might think, Vivian, why would you go into the tunnel and not tell your cop boyfriend? Why would you do this thing? Why would you go out at night, when somebody might be following you? Why would you do these dangerous things? That seems so unwise. My reading, and I would love to hear your thought on this, right before we go into what's going to happen next, is that I think that, so Vivian Sinclair is this reporter.
Yes.
And we know that when she started, she was given, first off, I'm sure it was not easy for her to get the job at all. And then when she did, she was given jobs like go to this society function and report on people's dresses. Things that were not the things she wanted to do. Mm-hmm. And she's had to work really hard, right, to get these stories. And I imagine it was just not easy because people would dismiss her. They would undercut her. She's had to use a male pseudonym, which means she doesn't even get credit. So that, people don't even realize it's her at times. And that's not necessarily for securities because it just wouldn't sell if she had a female name on there. And fluff pieces, says Clockwork, absolutely. And she has this colleague who started off well below her as an intern and who kind of steals her stories to get ahead. Larry. And I feel like she does these things that might seem rash or unwise, but she has to do them or the stories will be taken from her. You know what I mean? Those are my thoughts.
I think you're correct where she has always been a little bit aggressive because you have to be aggressive to get this places she is. But we also, like, her major problem is she will do anything for the story. And because of that, that is a driving action. Even though on her plate are things that are, she knows better for her, that she wants, but she still is prioritizing this work more than the other aspects of her life. And so that is currently, I think, what season 3's entire major narrative is that, like, what's the breaking point? Like, what is, and currently, like, she's going to this tunnel. She is not, like, so we're going to see. We're going to see if she chooses, like, what's more important to her.
Do you know who she reminds me of a little bit, but not exactly the same, because way more hardcore? A little bit of Lois Lane, right? I'm thinking about, like, Margot Kidder's Lois Lane, who was like, I'm going to, like, climb up the outside of the Eiffel Tower. Like, Lois Lane did risky things to get the story. Yes. And she reminds me a bit of Margot Kidder's Lois Lane, a person who is really driven to get the story. And it's, I know we've got to jump into it, but I'm really fascinated by this because there are a lot of motivations for that. And I remember watching the Superman movies, and Lois Lane, she was clearly motivated by getting a Pulitzer Prize. Yeah. And that doesn't seem to be Vivian's motivation.
I don't even think that is potential for her. I don't think she sees that as a possibility. And so
and the thing is, she is really interested in people, right? There's this really fascinating way at which she is so invested in people, but she also holds herself a little bit separate from them in these interesting ways. I think she's pretty amazing.
Well, Carmela thinks the same way. The young reporter, the young photographer, she's taking, she looks at things more about the people and how the people are being affected rather than the facts, right? That is, and like, facts are really important. They need to be there as well, but like, why report on it if it's just going to be about people in tall buildings? Like, how are the people being affected? I think is something that, like, she wants to impart.
Yeah, and I also think what's interesting about Vivian is that, I mean, Season 1, she let someone die.
Yes.
To monsters to get the story. Season 2, something that she could have saved, but if she did, you know, she might have died, actually. Yeah. Right? It could have been real bad. In Season 2, she sabotaged her husband's fiance's, her boyfriend's case.
Yes.
To arrest the mob, and she kind of saved the mob.
I don't think she knew he was going for that case, but she did warn them. She did be like, don't go there.
Right. But she was also working on this slightly higher level, right? She's like, okay, this is probably some kind of a trap that won't be good for anybody. Yeah. So she saved the lives of a bunch of mobsters, right? By giving them these warnings in certain ways. And here she is now, where there's some kind of industrial accident or something going on where some people have cheated and they're behaving inappropriately, and it seems like a pretty normal story. It's nothing like big and giant. It's just a strike, I guess. But something happened down in the tunnels, and she's trying to gather all the information. But what I think is so fascinating is that she was able to say, you know what? I get that I can make this a story about this strike, but actually, I feel like we have seen how great of an investigative journalist Vivian is so far by taking what was a basic strike, finding a way to get information about government corruption. And she has set that up. And she's also set it up so that, and this is so funny because she could have just turned this information that she got in, she could have stolen all that info from the office, packaged it up, sent it off to the police. Yeah. And that would have happened, right? And then she could have published it, but it would have screwed over the secretary real bad. And it probably would have screwed over her fiance real bad as well, right? But she would have gotten this big story, right?
No, but using mobsters to deliver all that evidence is way better. Totally.
And
we're going to find out.
We're going to find out. I can see why she thinks that. And there's a way in which it will probably get her what she wants. It will protect the people she wants to protect.
Yes. Except she is not protecting her. Which that's where we're at. Is we're at this place where she is in front of a Ira Graber's house, shack, place of living in Hooverville, and she's wearing her bright yellow slicker. She is because it might be wet in the water tunnel. She's got a jar of agar. Agar.
Goop.
She's got a jar of goop. She's got a gun. She's got a brick. And she's got a lot of questions.
Yeah. And so, I think with that, we may be able to talk about something when we get to the end, we'll see. We will pull back our curtain.
Yes.
And we see it is night. The sun has set. It is dark. It's probably like, 9 or 10 o'clock at night at this point in time? Are we there? Are we like at 11? 10.
We're getting close to 11 now. Like, we've been ticking up.
Yeah. And I'm going to have to ask you a question as I describe this moment, because it will tell us something else about Vivian's character. Vivian Sinclair is in a Hooverville at almost 11 o'clock at night in Central Park in 1934. And if you all don't know, I'm seeing if I can pull up a photograph as we speak very quickly. I'm vamping. So we're in the Great Depression. And there are so many people who are out of work, who have no food to eat, who have nothing. And these Hoovervilles this is squatting, right? This is where people are just finding places to live. They're making just shacks, like one room. And I can, this is an early photograph of the Hooverville. It's not the best, but, cause it's not as full as it would later become, which would have, you'd have lots and lots of people staying there, children, kids, you know what I mean? Like, this is going to be where we go. This is like a decent, this is nice. I'm going to show you some photographs is what I'm going to do, because I want you to see what we're looking at. Now, I'm going to point out that these photographs are during the day, so they're not going to be nearly as dramatically exciting as they could be. But I've got some photographs for you, because we're here and I want you to see them, and this is my life, because I care about these things because I want to give you the vibe, especially because it's going to be a little, I'm gonna get this for you. Let me get this right here. We'll call it here, and I'm gonna send. I want you all to see it. And I know I probably should have just thought, I should have Hooverville photographs before now. But I thought about it just now. Live and learn. I thought about it just now. And the thing is, we have dozens of people who are without homes. And I've got it, and I'm going to pull it up as we speak. Let's see. Here we go. And I just need to put it on our playmat. That's why I have a playmat.
Yes.
Thanks, everybody.
Yes.
That's why I do. So let's see. That one. This one. Okay. So you have uncounted numbers of people who are homeless. And that's not where I wanted that to go. And they have nowhere to live. And they have no jobs. They have no prospects. And they have no food. And you're seeing it right now. Hold on. That was a spoiler, everyone. Let me go here. So let me bring you here so you can see it.
Okay.
There you go. Also, I clearly need to pull up my secondary screen to do this, but that's fine. Right there. Perfect. So you have people who are, you know, it's kind of terrible when you think about what you're looking at. You're looking at, as you walk into the Hooverville of Central Park. And this photograph here is a good photograph, but I want you to think about this as having way more of these shacks. And it's nighttime. Ooh, wrong one. Pardon me. That wasn't the one I wanted. I wanted this one. Let me get this one for you. Here we go. So when you walk into Central Park, all right, this is Central Park, but instead of this is like 31, so this is now, we're now in 34. So there are far more of these shacks that are built into Central Park, all just made out of corrugated metal that people could find, anything they could get their hands on. And like you're looking at also things like this. They just like build, they dig a hole in Central Park and sort of try to cover it with whatever they can. And they're just living in holes in the ground, right? And there are a lot of people who are like this. And as you walk into Central Park with these rows and rows and rows of this, right? You know what I mean? Like holes in grounds, just lean-tos, just sort of terrible, terrible situations. Somewhere over here or there might be a metal industrial barrel that somebody's sort of put wood in it there. They've got a fire sort of to keep them warm because they have no heating or electricity or running water. They don't have anything. And the people there are poor, they're desperate, they're hungry. And this is the question I wanted to ask you. As you are moving right there in front of, to, you know, you'd asked around where Ira Graber is and you found your way to his shack. What I want to ask you is this. It's almost 11 o'clock at night. There are many people. There are many, let's say, there are many women, but certainly not even just women, many people who would never walk into a Hooverville at night by themselves. But Vivian is, and I wanted to know, what does Vivian think about this place that she's in? Does she feel threatened? Does she feel like, what is her, because there are people, you know, there are people who, if they walked through this place, they'd either be disgusted or irritated or threatened. What does she think when she walks through this place? And what does she think when she sees the people? Like, you know, over there on that shack, there's like a family, right? Of like a woman with 4 children and her husband, and they're sitting there around this fire and they look hungry. And over there are people out of work. Like, you have this entire little mini village of people who are living in the most terrible conditions. And some people might think, oh, they would rob me. Some people might like, well, how does Vivian respond to seeing this?
I think you know, there's a couple thoughts that are going through her head. One, she knows whatever danger's in that tunnel is going to be larger than this camp.
Yeah.
Right? And so, like, do this, make it easier for that. She's seen actual things that, like, I think it's the same reason why she wasn't afraid of those, like, oh, she was kind of afraid, but of those, like, private securities that shook her down. Like, you guys aren't a dog that's got a tongue that can turn you from the inside out, right? Like, that's the first thing. And the second thing, I think, is put it in context of the story, right? Why, you know, the union is mad because they're not being protected, right? Yeah. And scabs were literally hired. And the only reason where scabs were so willing to do this really dangerous work with no skill whatsoever is they don't have anything. So the story is not just about the potentially very normal case in the tunnel. And it's not just about the corruption. It's about the people who are, like, so desperate to get out of this place that they are willing to go down 500 feet down to a place where there was previously an accident with no expertise. And so I think that's why she doesn't really see this place as much of a threat, because I think she understands the desperation that goes along with that. While she hasn't been there herself, I think she can understand that desperation, seeing all the pieces of the story that she is here already. I think the big, and it's not even just the camp that's the threat. She knows that Ira is a part of the 3-person team that is starting to have wild personality traits, right?
Yes.
Dan White did a lot of just random thefts in row and got arrested and moited.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or died. Was it moited or died?
Oh, he was moited. He was moited.
That's right. That's right. Because he got stabbed. Yeah.
Because he tried to rob something from a criminal in jail.
Yeah.
So which he should not have done.
No. And then we have Bugsy.
Benny.
Thank you. Benny, who would not stand down, started a riot, and then kept the riot going. And Ira seems to be the most stable one, especially if you compare to their boss, who is doing paintings of himself and saying he's going to be president of the world. Yeah.
Which he totally will. That's an actual position that exists.
Yeah, because Adrian Rush is the head of the company, Hudson Enterprises, but he doesn't know about any of this. And I think while there might be corruption and he might go down for that, I don't think it was him who did it.
Yeah.
So those are all thoughts that are going through. And I think it's just like the level, once you see a dog that jumps out of a mirror and kills people, I think normal people are like, oh yeah, they're like 25% less scarier.
Yeah. I think that's fair. And so it is at this moment that you find yourself outside of this shack of Ira Graber's in the Hooverville of Central Park. And it is made out of sort of like, well, it's interesting, right? You can probably imagine that there's some industrial, like, metal corrugated sheeting. You've got some cardboard, right, trying to fill in case it rains. You've got some, not driftwood, what's the word, like, not driftwood because that's from the sea, but like cast off wood,
like pallets aren't really probably as big a popular thing, but built from pallets, like
yes, right, built from pallets, and the pallets are stuffed with cardboard, and they're all sort of, it creates a place that is big enough to stand in, probably big enough to lay down in, but 6 by 6, maybe 6 feet by 6 feet, that kind of a thing. Quite small. And there's a door, an actual door. It is not attached to anything. It's leaning up right against it. And the place itself is dark, as if there's no one home. But again, there is no electricity, so how would you know?
Right.
And you are here in front of this place.
I think I'm gonna knock.
You hear the knock sort of echo, right, in this sort of metallic box. And you can tell around you to the side. By the way, in case anybody wants to know, I'm not going to be playing music because there's something going on with the audio, and I just want to make sure that, we'll take that later. But imagine creepy music.
Yeah.
I might be tempted and play some anyway, and if it gets weird, JakiDash will tell me.
Yeah.
But the people around you, you can see some of these people who are not up in your face, but they're watching, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's someone who's come to town, but some of them have seen you before, right? Because they saw you speaking to Raphael. And there's a different tone when you walk in that I suppose I should tell you about. Because people are looking at you with a bit of recognition. Not everyone, just a couple of people here or there. And when they see you, some of them whisper about you. They point to, they point to you and they whisper to their companion. And when you look in their eyes, what you see is not anger or distrust. The first time you walked in here, there was distrust.
Absolutely.
They didn't know if you were going to, some reporter that's about to exploit them. But as you walk in at night, there is a sense of, oh, that's that one. And you might even catch somebody say it. That's the one that helped Raphael.
That's right.
She's the one who helped Rafi?
I did do that in the beginning.
You did. You currently have that edge warm-hearted, as a matter of fact, because of it. And word has gotten around in the Hooverville. Maybe not to everybody, because there are a lot of people here.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things when you asked where to find Ira, people weren't hesitant to answer when they would have been before.
Right.
And you can just tell something has shifted because they've heard what you've done. And as you're there right in front of the door, and there are people, you get this sense. I'm going to say this in the creepy way first, because that's the most dramatic thing to do.
Absolutely.
And then I'm going to walk it back. You have this sense you're being watched, right? That people are watching you. But what that actually means is that people are watching out for you.
Yes.
You are someone they want to make sure is going to be okay here in the Hooverville because you helped them out, right? And that's the kind of feeling you get at this moment as you're knocking on the door. And you notice a couple of sort of burlier men who probably were butchers or something sort of physical. They still have got some of their strength. You notice they just move a little bit within. They're not close. They don't want to crowd you out. But they are within shouting distance just in case, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, they want to be able to be like, what's going on?
Yes. But you don't get the sense that they are doing that because they want to threaten you in any way.
Yeah.
But perhaps Ira Graber might have been strange or acting out. You know what I mean? Maybe they just want to make sure you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
As you knock on the door. And you hear, after like a couple of beats, a bit of shuffling on the inside. So you know someone is there. And after a couple more beats, you hear this voice from the inside saying, "Who is it?"
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just making sure I know the name of the... It's not Mark Arnold. It is Mark Arnold.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. This is Vivian Sinclair. I think we're both being watched by the same man, and I want to figure out how we can stop it.
Just asking, are you doing some reassurance here?
You know, it's not going to be flattery, but yeah, I think I think it would, if I'm looking at this, it would be reassurance, because it's like we're on the same page. We both have the same problem. Like, I want to figure out the bottom of it.
Yeah. And the voice says, who are you looking for?
Ira. You're Ira, right?
I ain't seen him. The door's still shut, but of course, still, it's
I can use assess honesty, and I know he's lying, right?
Oh,
all right,
absolutely.
All right. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. This is absolutely Ira. You know it. Your assess honesty says, oh yeah, this is him.
Yeah.
Your assess honesty also says that he is scared, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you get that from him quite strongly.
And I have to ask a question, because this is my number one technique at all times.
Oh, yeah.
There's gotta be a diner nearby.
There is. It's sort
11
of late.
though.
Yeah, it's sort of late. Yeah. I would say if you wanted, you could have picked up some food on the way in.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I feel like a bribe would not be a problem, and I don't want to flash cash.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
I'm gonna say that on the way, you know, with me and Neil had a sandwich earlier.
Yeah. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
So I'm gonna think that's on her mind, and she probably grabbed. I'm assuming there's a grilled cheese from somewhere.
Oh, yeah. And who does like a good grilled cheese?
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say there's a grilled cheese. I'm gonna be like, I was like, shame. No, I shouldn't say shame. I'm gonna be like, I'm looking for an Ira, and I would love to talk over a meal.
There ain't no food around here.
I've got a grilled cheese. I think it's gotten a little cold, but I think it'll be good.
Yeah. And there's like, you can hear this sort of heavy breathing. Mm-hmm. And what you are hearing, right? You're thinking, if you're going to be thinking about your assess honesty, what you're hearing is indecision, hunger, and panic, right? It's this like mix of, it's that like, you can tell at this moment, this person on the other side is sort of like, oh, right? Like, just having torn.
I think I'm going to do a little bit more reassurance and be like, I'm Vivian Sinclair. I know a lot about what's been going on, and I think there's somebody taking advantage of you. And so I want to talk to you to try to make it right.
And there's like, you think you're just like right there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the person is like, you can feel the tipping happening, right?
Yeah.
It's just like, there are a couple more beats, but you feel like you've said enough and you just have to wait for the person to like fall.
Yeah.
You have baited people before.
Yeah.
And it's just a couple more moments. I think maybe other people might have given up or left. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
But after what seems like forever, a hand comes around the door, because the door is not actually attached to anything. And you can see two hands come around the door and just start sliding it open a little bit. Mm-hmm. And you see a face sort of look to see if there's anyone else out there besides you. And the face is of a young man, although, again, right, we're talking the kind of young man who has aged quite a lot.
Yes.
Who's not looking great. And probably not nearly as young as he could be. He's probably like in his late 20s, but looks worse. Looks to be got curly black hair. He's looking sort of pale, dark eyes. He's 's got like a 5 o'clock shadow, but more like he hasn't shaven in like 2 days. His beard isn't a little patchy. He's wearing overalls, a jacket, still on the inside. And he looks like he hasn't slept in days. Mm-hmm. He's a little bit sweating a little bit. He has got this sort of kind of slightly wild look in his eyes of like a rabbit, right, caught in a trap. And he's breathing a little bit heavily, like maybe he's been running, but you've been here long enough to know that he hasn't been running anywhere.
It sounds like he's looking a little bit haunted. Like there's stuff that he needs to get off his chest. Yeah, I know.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Or if you're like a modern day person, like he's on speed, but again, he's probably not on drugs at all. Do you know what I mean? Right. Like it's more panic, that kind of thing, but there's something with him. And he sort of looks out to see if there's anyone else with you. And he pokes his head and he looks at the other people and he's like searching to see if maybe they're dangerous. And you're kind of getting a sense of maybe a little paranoia. Yeah. Maybe justified, maybe not, you know? I mean, after all, he is being followed.
Yeah.
You know that. And he just sees one of these big guys off in the corner who's by a barrel that's on fire. And the guy by the barrel just sort of nods to him reassuringly. And he looks to you and he can smell the grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna pull it out. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I'm offering it. It's not like he doesn't even need to talk to me, right?
Yeah.
Like, it would be great, but it's not it's a bait tool. It's not like a bargaining that I give it to him at the end, right? That's cruel.
Yeah. He sees the sandwich. He doesn't take it.
Yeah.
But instead what he does is he pulls the door. Well, he slides the door over so you can get in. And before you can step into his place, though, he puts his hand up.
Yeah.
He doesn't say anything, but he points downwards. And if you look at the threshold, there's a small tripwire. Across the bottom of this shack. But he doesn't say it out loud, I suppose because he doesn't want anybody else to know that he has what he has. But he just points to it, and he sort of gestures you in.
Okay. That's good to know. If I was sneaking in, that would be a problem.
Do you enter?
I think I do, but I think I'm going to ask for the door to stay open and just talk in a hushed tone. I don't know if he'll allow that, but...
He looks nervous. When you say, could you leave the door open, he looks nervous about it. You can tell that this is... He just really looks like he's afraid somebody's just going to charge in and grab him, stab him, run away, something. You know what I mean? Like...
Yeah.
And you can tell he's got a bit of like a bruise on his neck, like he's been punched. He seems a bit like mildly injured.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that's from the fight, the riot. And I think okay. I want to meet people where they're at. I'm going to, if he seems really nervous that the door is open, I will shut it with the caveat that, like, if there's like a latch at the end, I want to stop it so it's easy that I can just go like this, right? I don't want to have to like fuss for it.
So here's the thing: there's no latch, and if you really wanted to get out fast, you would just push it because it's not attached to anything.
Okay, great. Then I'll do that.
It's just a door that he's just leaned up against the whole of the place, and it's one of those things where it's not going to stop anybody from getting in or getting out.
But it's security. It's like a blanket that you put. You tuck your feet in under the blanket at night. Even though the monster can eat through blankets, it just feels better. Yeah,
and maybe he doesn't want people to see him. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things that's kind of sad. Like, this is your security, and there's no security at all, right?
Right. Well, there's a tripwire.
There's a tripwire, and when you come in, you can't. It's completely dark in there, and there's like a moment where you can hear him fumbling, and he turns on like a small lantern. He's got this very small lantern, and as it illuminates this shack, you see a couple of things on the inside. One, you see what is a cot with like a pillow and a blanket. There are two wooden crates, one of which seems to be like the chair, and one of which is the table that has the lantern on it. The crates say on them dynamite, and they also say they're empty, right? You mean these are empty?
No, but I know what that dynamite was used for.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do.
As a matter of fact, yes, you do. And you also see that by the tripwire, there is like a blasting cap and some dynamite. Not a lot, right? I will note that this probably would not have been good for him either if he were in this place when that went off. But he sort of set up a bit of a tripwire with not a lot, a very small amount. I don't know what he would do if
it's a hospital-worthy amount.
It's a hospital-worthy amount, right? Maybe he was hoping that he could. I don't know what he would do, but like it does not seem like the most rational. It's better to do if you were not in there, right? But it is currently attached, and if it went off, the bed is. If you think about the door, the bed is on the opposite end, so he'd be farther away. Yeah.
There's no way he would be unaffected. Like, it's I'm picking up what I'm putting down. The paranoia is pretty high here.
Yes.
I think Vivian is going to unwrap the sandwich. Is going to like look them in the eye as she takes a bit of it, like the corner, and pops it in the mouth, chews it, swallows it, and then passes it. Like very clearly, like, look, I'm eating it. It's safe. Like,
yes, yes. And when you do that, you can tell that he was thinking that maybe it was like,
yes,
like if you can imagine his thoughts being images,
yeah,
it's a swirl of like fears and paranoias and anxieties just swirling in the air. You can imagine it, right? And the minute you do that, you can see that it was there, that he was like, is this poisoned? Was she followed? Is she bringing people to me? Like all of these sort of thoughts. And the minute you do that, you can see the hunger sort of emerge, right? And he reaches out to take it, and he's trembling a little bit.
Yeah.
Your guess is that he probably has avoided the bread line, and so hasn't eaten today.
Yeah. And I'm going to be like, finish it? We'll talk after.
And he goes, all right, have a seat. And he points to this crate. It's not even a really big crate, actually. It's a kind of a smallish crate because dynamite crates are not super, super big, right? Because
that makes sense. It's like it's like when you're packing books. They're heavy.
Yes. It's actually it's a U-Haul book size crate is what it is.
Yeah.
And he just sort of points to it, and he sits on the cot so that you have the table between you.
Yeah.
And you also notice that he's got a pretty big, heavy wrench that's right by the cot in case he needed a weapon.
Okay.
You could also imagine that most of these things were stolen from his work site, is what you can probably guess. Because how would he have these things otherwise?
Yeah, he's not going to have, Really, they should be counting dynamite a lot better, but I don't think... Personally, I don't think Mr. Mark Arnold is really counting dynamite. Because who would steal from the president of the world, Mark Arnold? Like, I understand. I don't know if Vivian is just really great at dealing with other men's emotions. Like, or like she's like, I've been here before. I don't know if you've ever been to a holiday party at the Post, but...
Speaking of which, I'm going to have to give you something, and it is your fault. Because of the things that you've said, but you're not allowed to look at it until the moment remains. There will be a moment, and I will say, okay, now
got it.
You can look at this, but you can't look at it before then.
Terrifying, but great. I love that we're adding dread upon dread. This is a dread mini game. It's a mini dread. And I think while the sandwich is being devoured, while you're putting this card up, Vivian is truly thinking about what is the question? Why is she here? What is the question she's actually trying to get at? Is she trying to confirm that Mark Arnold is like hired him, which that is what she wants for the paper, right? She wants
that would be a very good confirmation.
Like, Mark Arnold did hire because and that he's working very deep. But I think as she's like sitting and she has her bag on her lap, and she gets really small like she's on the subway, I think she's truly thinking about the jar and being like, but I really need to know what's down there. Like, so I think she's trying to like figure out which question to ask first. Yeah. Right.
I will note what you have is an edge, but you're not allowed to look at it.
Yes.
Just so you know.
Oh, I see the little plus sign, which is very nice. As soon as I saw it as a thumbs up, I'm like, right.
It's a little thumbs up, but you don't get to know what it is. But this is your fault. This edge is your fault.
I believe it. Okay, so I assume he eats the sandwich.
He devours the sandwich.
Yes.
Oh, he devours the sandwich very quickly. And it's interesting because while he eats it quickly, it's like the first half is done really quickly, but he's also very careful not to miss any crumbs. Then after he gets the first half down, then he kind of slows down a little bit to really just taste the cheese and the bread and like kind of try to enjoy it a little bit for that last half.
Yeah.
And then after he's done, he breathes just a little bit like a... All right. Thank you. I heard about you. I heard you helped Raffi, the old guy.
Yeah, I heard that Benny hit him pretty hard. And regardless of what side of the line he was on, he looked pretty bad.
Yeah. And he sort of like, he rubs his forearm, sort of, when you say this, you can't see what's on his forearm because he's wearing a jacket.
Sure.
But he kind of winces when he does, as if maybe there's an injury there of some sort. But he does it when you mentioned Benny attacking Raffi.
Yeah. Did Benny get you too?
Benny's okay. And when you see the little, when you look at the crate with the lantern on it, and it's you wouldn't know this necessarily, and it depends on what you've done.
Yes.
This is one of the kind of lanterns that you would actually have in the building of the tunnels.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah. And there's like a photograph of Benny and Ira together. Oh. The photograph is probably, they look much younger. So it's probably 5 or 6 years old. They are in a coal mine, and they're like at the mouth of the coal mine, and they've got their hard hats, and they're smiling, and there are like a couple of other people there in this photograph. It looks like a group of coal miners who are smiling for this camera photograph. And what's funny is that most of the other coal miners are not smiling because a lot of people didn't smile for photographs at this moment in time.
But they're goofy boys. They're goofy young boys.
Yeah, these are goofy young boys. You're going to guess they were probably like 20 maybe? Yeah. 19, 20, 21 in this photograph. And they're like, it looks like they had some kind of triumph or something. So there was some sort of happy occasion. And this is them for a long time ago, and they look very different. They still have like baby fat, you know?
Yeah,
in their cheeks.
The depression hasn't gotten them yet.
Yeah.
So you guys knew each other for a long time.
Yeah. We grew up in Pennsylvania together. We're miners, and Benny's a good guy.
So what's going on? Benny seems like he was really... Does not look like he does in this photo.
No.
And you know him best.
Yeah.
So what happened?
I don't know. Something bad's happening, and you can start, as he's thinking about it, you can see him start getting nervous again.
I'm gonna lean a little bit.
I don't know what happened to Benny. It's well, I mean, hear about Dan? He got stabbed, was killed, and I went to visit Benny, in the hospital, and he doesn't even recognize me anymore, He just, it's like he wasn't there, and he bit me like he was some kind of rabid dog, and he kind of touches his forearm again, that's under the jacket. He just bit me, and he wouldn't let go, and then the nurses came, and they wanted to go and look at it, and they wanted to keep me at the hospital, but I knew that was a bad idea, so I ran. I got out of there, and
was it a bad idea because Mark thinks it's a bad idea?
And he kind of shudders when you mention his name. I don't know. Listen, are you? Is it hot in here? Is it hot for you?
Yes.
Can you breathe? Can you breathe?
What's going on in that tunnel? It's more than just blasting.
All of this. It all started when I went down to that tunnel. I took that job. My dad would have killed me if he heard I was being a scab, but I didn't have any food, I didn't have any money. Benny said it was gonna be a good job, and... You know... I feel like I'm being strangled. Like hands are reaching out and they're strangling me, you know? All the time, and something's trying to get me. Something's watching me. My heart's beating fast all the time, and I can't slow it down. I keep trying to slow my breathing down, you know? My heartbeat, I just try to keep... I can't... And it's, and I feel like my heartbeat's just getting faster and faster, and like, you know, something is building inside of me, you know? And it's just growing. And, down in the tunnels. Yeah. Down in the tunnels. That's where they are. That's where they are. The down in the tunnels. I'm gonna try to play some creepy music. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's try. I'm fine with that.
We'll see if it gets weird. Let me know if my audio's weird. Yeah, down in the tunnels. That's where they are. I don't even want to see that staging yard again. I'm not going back. You can't make me go back to that job. Can't build walls high enough for me to go there. I can't. It's just the feeling. It's just getting stronger, and it's ever since I saw those things down there in the cavern, and ever since I touched them.
What did you touch? Did it burn your hands?
No. And you can tell he's seeing something in his mind.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. I don't have a lot of Cthulhu information. But, like, I know when they're saying they're down there and touching them, I'm like, cool, excellent.
Bad times.
This is definitely not a normal case anymore. Like, unless it's just, like, a delusion of paranoia, right?
Sure.
Maybe it is a normal case.
Yeah.
She's heard about that from her cousin.
Yeah, could be.
Are they alive?
And that seems to cause him consternation. He's not quite certain how to answer that question for himself, even. And I think you get the sense that maybe he doesn't want to ask himself that question, you know?
Okay. This is like a weird 20 questions. Do they move? Are they coming out?
Mr. Arnold said they're just a natural formation. That's what he said. He said that it was just a natural formation, and when the... And you can see there's like a bit of a shutdown in his mind, and like his mind diverts, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes. It was we got a job, you know? And it was we went down there because we were big. And it was Mr. Arnold. He asked me and Benny, and there was really big guy, Dan. I didn't know him, but he's the guy that got stabbed.
Yeah.
He told us it was the first day, and he said it was this guy, Mark Arnold. He had money. He had money, you know. He was kind of nice. I don't know, a little slimy like a businessman, but he was okay. Yeah. I thought. And he said he was gonna invite the three of us for dinner, for supper, if we'd help him with a little problem he had, just a problem, and it was like $10. He gave us $10 each.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, to take care of the problem, and I figured. Benny said that Benny was suspicious. Benny was like, I don't know about this. Nobody gives you $10 for nothing, you know? And I said, it's probably just because we actually got mining experience, and the rest of the guys, none of them got mining experience at all. So like, he's probably want to talk to us because we got experience. And he told us that there's an accident, right? Because this was a kind of explosion. You know, that's why the union was striking, and he says that there was like this big hole. Yeah, there was a big hole, and it was real big. It was huge. It was this giant cavern, and it was like a small hole, right? And you go through the small hole, and on the other side is this huge cavern. It ran, and you can see he's trying to like be businesslike to try to get himself out of. He's increasingly getting kind of freaked out, so he's trying to like focus on like normal details.
Yeah.
It ran north to south, and it was big, so. The water tunnel is supposed to go through, but there's a cavern, and it was too big to go around, right? So you couldn't divert around the big cavern, and that'd be tricky. That'd be hard to do, hard. So like, the best way, the way that would cost the least money. That's what Mr. Arnold said, is just build the tunnel through the cavern. You gotta build the pipe like normal.
But it's dangerous in there.
Yeah. So the problem was that you just build the pipe through it, just like a normal above ground pipe. You just go right through the cavern. It's just that those things were all over the cavern. You know, they was just everywhere. There was just no place in the cavern where those things where the things weren't, where they weren't there. And
did they move, or were they on the ground?
They were on the ground, on the walls. They were everywhere. And Mr. Arnold said it was blowing him up, which caused the problem. That was the problem. It was just natural rock formation. That's what he said. He said that we had to be careful with them. See, we had to be careful because what was ever inside them could burn away through stone.
Yep. Were they the size of bowling balls? Were they round?
Yes. They were round.
How big were they?
They were real big. They down in the water tunnel, right? They were big. And round. They were white.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Arnold wanted us to move them, see? Because they were in the way. We couldn't make the tunnel.
Where did you move them?
He just wanted them moved out of the way, the path of the pipeline, see? And it took all four of us, myself, Benny, Dan, and Mr. Arnold, all four of us, just to roll one of them. Just to roll one of them. And I gotta tell you, I would say they were like, they look like eggs, you know?
Yep.
But
they're probably not eggs. They couldn't be eggs.
But
it
they
doesn't
can't
make any
be eggs
sense.
because they were soft. Eggs aren't soft, right? Eggs are hard. They're like a shell, right? But these things weren't hard. They was soft. And
did you wear gloves when touching them?
no.
All right.
When you touched them, they bent, you know, like a piece of fabric around your arm. And they were, you know what they were like? They were like snow globes, but like big enough you could fit a person inside. That big. They were that big. They were that big. They were that big. They stretched, you know? You try to push them, they'd like stretch around your arm, and ever since I touched them, everything.
Push them?
It's really hard. It was really hard. We had to roll them, and we rolled them, and when I touched them, we rolled them. I just felt really bad. At first, you know, I thought that it would be the bends, because you know, we coal miners don't ever work this slow. But Mr. Arnold, they said the pressure shouldn't be that bad, you know? So, gotta tell you something, I don't, it was them. It was them down there. That's the thing that made me feel bad. That's it. It made me feel bad. You're supposed to just move them out of the way, you know?
Did you?
Just move them out of the way.
Did you move them out of the way? All of them?
There was one. There was one. Mr. Arnold, he had this look in his eye, and he said he wanted it for testing. He wanted us to roll it out. He wanted to know what it was made of. He wanted us to roll it down the tunnel up into the elevator, and tried. A couple times we were rolling it down the tunnel, and thought it would break. And the thing is, you know, if one of them broke, not the one we were touching, we saw it.
Yeah.
And it just burned through a rock. It's like, it burns through everything. It burns through everything. And so we was rolling this big thing, which Mr. Arnold said was a natural formation, but that didn't feel natural to me, and I thought it was gonna break, and then if it broke, I'd be dead. We'd all be done for. Be quits. We rolled it down the tunnel to the elevator. And he said we didn't need to do that. We got these, we were nervous, it didn't feel right, so we got these wagons. You know, wagons like down there in the tunnels, and it's used just to move slag, you know, because when you blast things and there's like slag, and you gotta, and you can see it's like normal things, right?
Yes.
You gotta take the slag out, you gotta put in the wagons, and you use the wagons to move the slag out of the tunnel so you can keep digging. And we put it on the wagon, and then he told us that we could leave for the night, so we did. We left. We got out of there, but we had to come back the next day. We come back the next day, and the thing wasn't there anymore. It came back early before everybody else got there, because we were supposed to, nobody else knew. It was just me, Benny, Dan, Mr. Arnold, and we came back. The wagon was empty. It was gone.
And did Mr. Arnold leave with you all?
No, he sent us home away.
Yeah.
And Mr. Arnold, he kept us working, you know? Working in between we had to keep walking between the things. It would just really give me like the chills sometime, like I just gotta, like I kept having a feeling I should touch him. You know what I mean? I should touch him, but
don't touch him.
made us build a scaffolding. What he wanted us was to make a tunnel that we would go through the cavern so that when we were done, then he could bring the miners back. The miners wouldn't know anything about the cavern. There'd just be that tunnel. They'd just keep going through.
You would just make a wooden scaffolding around it.
We'd make pipe. We'd make a pipe, concrete pipe, and then nobody would know. Nobody would know. It would just be a secret.
But the egg went missing.
Yeah, one of them. Yeah. I didn't ask.
You shouldn't have asked. You did good. Ira, you did good.
I feel bad. I feel real bad. I feel like somebody's trying to kill me. Like somebody's trying to find me. Like something's coming. Like I feel I can't. Like I'm not going back.
No, I actually am going to try to refocus him and be like, I want to ask some questions about the process of the dig. How long did you have to wait between going down to avoid the bends?
It takes a while. It's like 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15.
At each 100 feet, or
just and you can see he's trying to because that's
trying
like a
to
number.
Refocus him, refocus to the normal stuff.
If that's a number, right? That's right, yeah. And he's thinking about it, and he's trying to focus on that, on not what he saw. And he's breathing, and you can feel his breathing is like a bit too heavy. There's two elevators. There's the big industrial elevator. There's the one for the people. Their lamps. It's so quiet. So quiet down there. Yeah. It takes 15, 20 minutes to get down there. All the way down. There's two elevators. There's the pod. The pod, that's the one for people. It's pressurized. The freight elevator's got he stops. No. 7 minutes 35 seconds is how long it takes to get down to the bottom.
In the freight
7 minutes,
elevator.
35 seconds. Oh, both.
Okay.
Freight elevator is 8 minutes 45 seconds. Regular elevator 7 minutes 35 seconds. That's how long it takes to get down there. Yeah, there's the pod. It's beautiful. People go in that one. There's a freight elevator and tunnel. Lamps. Opening. It's send everybody home at 5, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. They send everybody home at 5 o'clock. But me, Benny, and Dan, we'd be staying late. They'd keep us there real late, just to try to move those things, push them. But I didn't want to touch it, but I had to. A couple miles. You gotta. It's not at the staging ground. You gotta go a couple miles southeast. That's where it happened. That's where the cavern was. The rail cart. Sometimes you'd ride the rail carts down. That's when. Back when I was in Pennsylvania, and we had to go miles down to where we could mine coal. We'd get in the rail carts, and Benny and I, we'd have them go. Like, sometimes we'd race. We'd just go down the tunnels in the rail carts and This will be fun. It's a long walk there to the cabin, and I don't want to go back.
You're not gonna have to.
It's so quiet down there.
Thank you. You are good at what you do, and do not ever go down there. Mark Arnold's office is up top, at the top of the build site.
He's got an office in the fancy building. That's where he's got his office. But
where does he do his work when he's on the site?
I don't know. There's a couple. There's a guard building. There's a guard building out there, and there's a couple buildings, outbuildings. Buildings. There's a building for supplies. Supply buildings. Buildings. They're not big. They're like bigger than my home. And he kind of looks at the place he's at, right?
Is there a staging area?
Yeah, the staging area, yeah. It's got, like, it's where all the materials are. The materials, guards, elevators. They're built, they're small buildings, not big buildings. Small buildings where we got more supplies, like, inventory. Explosives. Yeah, explosives. There's a building. Building's not the right thing. You could call it a building, right? Guard. There's a guard at the yard. Locked. There's some... they don't want you to steal things, you know? So they're locked. Locked buildings. On the work site. It says... we could... I didn't go in there, those buildings. It's a wooden fence, guard shack. He always looks at us to make sure we're not, like, a gatehouse. Make sure we're not stealing nothing. Kept saying we'd steal things. But, like, we don't have nothing. We don't have nothing.
It's bigger than this place?
The gatehouse not that big, but the chain, wooden fence, chain gate, trucks, watchmen, always looking at you, you know? There's some places bigger than this. Most of this stuff is just outdoors under tops, you know? Because it's just pipes, it's things like that. But there's not the elevator. There's like towers, concrete. It's just concrete, so you build steel under tops and power plant just going all the time. Strange sounds. It's just a power plant. Two wooden sheds, right? One is one explosives. It's where you hold the explosives, I think. There's another wooden shed. It just says keep out. I don't know what's in that one. I think maybe more explosives, I guess. I don't go in there. I wasn't supposed to.
And that's behind the chain link fence?
Yeah, inside the yard. In the yard. There's just concrete and metal pipes, and there's 2 shacks with, I think, maybe the expensive equipment that we're not supposed to look at. They think we'd steal it. Explosives. I don't know. And then the elevators, they'll take you down there.
And I won't get the bends if I take the pod?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Take the pod, you won't get the bends.
Thank you so much. Ira, thank you so much. I can tell I pushed. Yeah.
I just wanted to eat.
No one blames you.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
No. It's Mark Arnold's fault for not following union protocol. It's not your fault.
Benny didn't want to do it.
Benny gave you the idea. It's not your fault.
Something's strangling me. I don't know how long I can handle it. Because something's strangling me and it's watching me.
Can I? Okay, I've got a quarter or two, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay, I'm gonna
You have an actual job.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I am going to write the number of Stella Abrams on a piece of paper and put a quarter and say, I have a friend who can do exorcisms.
Really?
Is that true? Stella
Maybe?
thinks she can. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if she can't do it, she probably knows someone who can.
Right.
She knows lots of people like that. Yeah.
I'm going to say, call her tomorrow. Tell her how you're feeling. Let her know. What's my name? Vivian's going to be there. And we're going to figure this out.
Okay. Just so you know,
Yeah.
$1 is worth about $1 in 1934 is worth about $23 today.
Okay, so like a quarter is enough because it's probably dimes and nickels, but a quarter is enough to be like, here's like, I'm showing you I'm taking care of you by giving you a quarter rather than giving you a nickel and a dime. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And like
so
a
maybe
quarter,
just
like
one quarter.
Yeah, but like a quarter is like, you know, like what, $6, right, for a phone call. So that's like, and he mentioned that Mark Arnold gave them $10 for dinner to go and like to when he was trying to get them to do this work.
Yeah, that's
like
$250.
Yeah, it's like $250. It's a lot of money, right? That's
a lot for a dinner.
Yeah. And so if you give him a quarter, that's not chump change. Like that's actually, you know, that's not nothing.
That's him making the call and then grabbing himself a cup of coffee.
Yes, it is. And maybe actually dinner.
Yeah, that's probably the goal I'd want. Maybe I give him a nickel and 2 dimes instead. Yeah. Right? Yeah. It's fine. Yeah. I just won't go to Niagara Falls for my honeymoon. It's okay.
It's fine. And
I could probably write it off at the newspaper. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. You could write that off.
I could write that off. Come on. Vivian writes off probably more than she should.
I think that's probably true. I suspect that's true. And he sort of holds the money, like it's gold.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Something's gonna kill me.
Not if you make this call.
I'll make the call.
Don't go downstairs.
You know what? You're right. You're right. It's probably something. Something I can't see. I think an exorcism is a good idea.
Yes.
tell you something. What happened to Benny? Dan? It's happening to me? It's because... touched one of them.
Touch the eggs? Or did you touch what's inside the egg?
No. Mr. Arnold said whatever's inside, if it got out, would burn us all to death.
Yes.
You can't break it. You can't break it. You can't break it. Hey. There were a lot of them things down there. There were a lot of them down there. Mr. Arnold, he really wants that tunnel done. Wants it done.
I know.
He's gonna find other people to go down there.
Not if I can help it.
He's gonna find other people to go down
He's
there.
not gonna find other people. I'm gonna use my reassurance and say, with the information that you gave me, I can go to the Union and put a block so that not even scabs get through. Because that's the goal. That's the goal.
You can do that?
I'm gonna sure as hell try.
Okay. I'll call the woman. This woman, I'll call her.
Yeah.
Okay. And he kind of like just grabs his wrench and he holds it to his chest as he sits on the cot.
And Vivian's gonna slowly step out. I'm really glad I didn't give this guy a cup of coffee. Gonna slowly walk out, being very mindful of the tripwire. And I'm just gonna ask, how tight is this tripwire? Pretty tight, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if I was gonna do one of those, they'd have to be pretty tight, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Good to know. Now, I'm gonna leave the camp. And as I leave the camp, I'm going to, I don't know if you'll let me roll for, I want to know if I'm being shadowed. And I feel like I am, because I'm now in 2 locations where potentially being watched. Do I use my shadowing roll to do that?
That would be sense trouble.
Okay, is it sense trouble? Okay. Now, I don't know if you want to, like, I don't know if there's, like, an advanced thing, because I'm offering this, so I don't know whether it's, like, a, right? Like...
I've got you. I just have to get
So
my number.
I don't really know what happens when I ask for a roll.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. It depends on the situation.
Yeah.
In this case, I do have something for you.
Okay.
I'm going to need from you a sense trouble.
Okay. That's one of my good ones.
One moment. Let's see. Yeah. 10 is your advance.
Okay, that's fine. No problem.
But
That's an advance.
you do get a... well, I'm not going to say it's a 10. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say it's an 8. It's basically a 10, but you get a +2 because you've got... Because you've got an entire Hooverville of people who are looking out for you.
Yeah.
Right?
I'll take that.
You're going to be leaving the Hooverville, so...
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
There's that.
I have plans. Let's see if I get 8. Not a bad start.
4.
Not a bad start, because I get 2. I get 2. I've rolled nothing but 4s and 2s for the last 2 sessions.
That's a 6.
Yes, it is a 6. And I'm going to keep my push. Okay.
There is an extra problem you could get.
So if I got an extra problem, I get another roll. I get that roll. I get the advance. The advance would give me a push.
Nope, because you wouldn't have any dice left over. But you get the advance.
It would just mean so I can grab a problem, or I can hope that the 6 is enough.
Yeah, that's correct. But the problem will be a problem.
Yeah, I think I'm going to hope the 6 is enough.
Okay. you start moving through the Hooverville. And it is dark. It's late at night.
Mm-hmm.
And the Hooverville has all sorts of spaces people could hide. People could sneak up on you at any moment. And as you're walking, you have to go through parts of Central Park that are
Which are
kind of
dark.
remote. Are dark.
Very dark. Very remote.
Very remote. And as you're moving,
Yeah.
you hear something. You hear someone say, "Hey, you! Why are you following her?" There's a woman who's part of the Hooverville, and she yells at 3 guys who you recognize.
These fucking guys.
And they were creeping around. They weren't in the Hooverville. They were creeping around the edges, and they were creeping to sort of move, to sort of cut you off the minute you got out. And this woman shouts at them, "Hey! Who are you guys?" And they, because she sees them, they see her, they see you seeing them. And they start to charge towards you, running. They're actually pretty far away because she shouted at you.
I think... Okay, I'm on the edge of... I'm in the middle of Central Park.
Yep.
I am on the edge of Hooverville.
Yep.
And that means I'm far away from a payphone.
Yes, that is correct.
So I'm going to go back into Hooverville. And I'm going to try to use my fleeing skill to kind of loop around. Is that what fleeing is for?
You don't need to, because you already rolled.
Oh.
And you got the hold. So all you need to tell me is how you get away from them, because you do.
Okay, so I think I'm going to go...
Because that's the thing. You got it. You get away from them, right? That's you got the hold. So you are able to get away from it. But I want to know how.
Yeah, I think I'm going to run back in. And I think I am going to... I'm not going to go back to Ira's place because that's not a good idea. That's how those blacksmith caps go off. But I think I'm going to try and find... Like, when I was walking in, people started whispering... And so I think I'm going to find one of those, like, hot... this is not the right term. Hot buckets.
Like the barrels.
Yeah. And I think I'm going to stand myself there. And, of course, I'm wearing a yellow slicker. So I'm pretty recognizable. But I...
And I think what happens is that a number of these people, right? Who live there just congregate around the barrel with you. Warming their hands with you. Some of them have got baseball bats. Just buy them, you know, just in case. There are people just around. A couple of big guys, a couple of women who probably were working on skyscrapers too at some point. A couple of kids. You probably got now maybe 15, 20 people that are just around the barrel, just hanging out now. They weren't. There weren't 15 there originally.
No.
But after that woman shouted, and you see the guys, and they don't enter the Hooverville.
No.
And there's like this tense moment, and they see a couple more people, and they just back away. And the people, so a couple of the guys in the Hooverville just kind of just start deciding to take a walk. And you can see they chase those guys out completely. Because you got your hold.
This is bad, y'all.
If you'd advanced, you would have gotten an edge. You got your hold.
It was going to be very hard to get an 8. Like,
you coulda.
I think I'm going to, like, hang here for a little bit. Like, hear some stories. Like, I'm not going to be rude. But I'm definitely gonna shake some hands. I'm gonna say thank you. And
I imagine somebody sort of brings out a battered guitar, starts singing a song or two. They probably sing "Please Don't Take My Sunshine Away." That one.
Yeah.
No. What's the one? No, not that one. It's the "Keep on the Sunny Side." Keep on the sunny side, always on the sunny side. Keep on the sunny side of life. Right, and which is a sort of like upbeat tune, but it's kind of weird because the vibe is tense, right?
Yeah.
Kind of a couple hobo songs, and somebody offers you like a cup of coffee in a tin that was sort of heated up over the barrel.
I just don't want to take it away from them because I know I can get more coffee. And it's not disrespectful. Yeah. But I'm just going to be like, I had some before I got here. I'm going to have to go to bed eventually.
Okay.
Thank you.
One of the guys, after you hang out a while, and by the way, that coffee's pretty thin.
Says, I can imagine.
You want us to walk you out?
Yeah. I gotta make a phone call. I gotta make sure you guys aren't taken advantage of again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the two guys two kind of burly guys walk with you, and a kid who's probably like 7, who must be like the kid of one of the guys, just kind of like grabs your rain slicker and is walking with you as well. And these 3 people are with you, but other people are trailing along at a bit of a distance. It's like you're walking out with 3 people, but there are more than 3 people who are sort of walking near you to get out of this place. And they actually walk you out one of the other exits out of Central Park.
That makes sense.
And as you get to the streets, and you're walking out with like 2 guys and a kid, and they're like a gaggle of other folks, and you walk onto the street right there at Central Park, and there are still cars driving by, and it's late, so you don't have a lot of people walking around, but you do have some people. And you see some people look at them like, oh, how distasteful, right? Like, oh, right? And you see this woman and her husband. The woman clutches her purse as they sort of hurry by, and they sort of look their noses down at these people who have no jobs. And they say, "Miss, there's a payphone right over there. We can stand right here to make sure you'll be all right."
And I think Vivian's actually gonna like shake all their hands and get their names, like thank you, legitimately. Like they've stuck their head out more than most New Yorkers do, right?
Yeah. This one guy goes, "My name's Thomas Lee. I came here from Kentucky. There's better work here." And the next one says, "My name is Isaiah Washington. I came here from Washington, D.C. I was hoping I could get work here. This is my son, Winston." And then behind them, this woman steps forward, right? And she says, "Maria Delgado. I came here from Texas." And then another one steps up and says, "I'm Maureen Neely. Came here from Ireland when I was 2. And then another one steps up. "Sorry, I'm Giuseppe Rosa. I was born here. My whole life I've been here." Somebody else steps up. "Naomi Klein. Lower East Side. And people had been following you because they wanted to make sure you didn't get hurt.
Yeah.
And bit by bit, you get about like 30 people telling you their names and where they're from. And sometimes they'll tell you that they were a baker or that they were a farmer, what their job was once.
Mm-hmm.
You get about like 25 names.
Thank you.
Both young and old.
Yeah. It really, like, nobody is safe in this. Like, legitimately, every walk of life is here.
Yeah.
And I think even Vivian now starts to remember, like, the Post has had layoffs. Like, even the Post is not safe, right? Like.
Yep. Because you don't need all the reporters.
No, and like, it's such, when you're rushing around the city, you don't think about that. When you're worried about your own paycheck, you don't think about that.
Yeah.
But you have to think about that. You should think about that. And I think
there seems to be no relief in sight at the moment for these folks. Yeah.
And I think she, like, these are people she's going to remember as she walks across the street and she picks up that phone and she dials. I mean, I assume she has a pocketbook, an address book, and she calls the union headquarters.
Little
which
one,
is,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I think...
It rings.
Yeah.
Somebody picks up.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to make an anonymous tip. And I'm going to tell them that underneath the Ash Hill, or Ash Hill?
Yeah, the meadows.
There's a toxic pockets. I'm going to totally do the Lentz secret. Like, there's industrial wakes, there's pockets. That's what's hurting these people. And I'm gonna try to, like, make it so it's a thing, so that do not send anyone else down there. I want that site shut down.
Yeah.
And so I'm also gonna hint, like, it would be a good idea to get an inspector down there as soon as possible, because or a police, because the police is not, because private detectives is to keep the thing open. But, like, can police stop it if it's dangerous enough? Like, could the union request, like...
You would need an inspector to go down there first to sort of show that it's dangerous. But at the moment, you know that Phil Lentz didn't have enough... he wanted to go down there to inspect. Because he was concerned. But he didn't have enough to go on to do it.
Yeah.
He didn't have evidence that he didn't have enough evidence to show that there was something going on down there. And neither the union nor the company was pressing for, the union wanted a health inspection to sort of check it out.
But they didn't have enough to go through government lines, and the other company was like, it's fine, why would you look? Like, you don't have any evidence suggesting otherwise, but now I can say, like, anonymous tip, whistleblower, hey...
Yeah.
There's something going down there. Make sure you bring an inspector in.
Yeah. And you just hear, you don't know who it is. It's probably it's a woman's voice, so it's probably one of their secretaries, right?
Yeah.
And by secretary, I mean like a union secretary who actually does a whole lot of organization, right? Sort of like
like bookkeeping, like organization, phone trees, all that.
Leadership, right? Yeah. Coordination of, like, aid and help. And this woman says, okay, we will make sure we get an inspector down there tomorrow.
Yes.
We'll force them if we have to.
Yes. Do that. No one else should get hurt from this, and your people should be taken care of.
When you hang up, there's something you know. That was giving them this idea of the industrial waste. You know Foley. And if there's one thing Foley loves, it's talking to the press as a way to put pressure on people by embarrassing them.
Yes.
You are certain that Foley is going to make sure there's a press conference.
Yes.
If he cannot get a health inspector down there the nice way, he will call a press conference and embarrass LaGuardia, the mayor. He will do whatever he needs to do to make it so that it is too uncomfortable not to send a health inspector down there.
Okay.
You know that will happen probably tomorrow. When will that health inspector actually get there? Either tomorrow or the day after, but you know that you have just put the union on it with you've given them details, right? You've given them something to work with.
And I'm hoping the health inspector can be Lentz, because Lentz is going to be like, hey, this is definitely industrial waste pockets. Like, okay, great.
And Lentz is going to be the one, he was, because he was like, I want to go down there. I just haven't been given the go-ahead.
Great. Okay, so now Vivian like hangs up the phone. It's like, I only have to blow up one location now. And you know what? I think I'm going to also ring up the police station.
Yep. Hello. It's your guy.
Oh, okay. Gosh, is it Andy?
Yeah. It's Andy.
Okay, how well can I throw my voice?
You've got disguise. You can throw your voice. Go ahead. What you got?
Okay. I'm gonna be like, y'all, we just saw this one reporter lady get chased by 3 private investigators, and luckily we stopped them, but we gotta look into this whole, there was almost another assault, and thank goodness we are here to protect everyone.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on. Where was this?
And I think basic details. Hooverville. Private investigators. It was the blonde lady who didn't take no for an answer.
Oh no. And the minute you say that, you can hear, oh. Andy knows.
She was talking about Hudson Industries.
Oh, okay.
And then also, we didn't do none, but we took care of her.
Okay, is she okay? Where is she now?
Didn't think this far.
Like, you can tell, I'm going to tell you, you can tell right now he's thinking, oh no, Lieutenant O'Connor's going to go and kill me. Oh no. Like, you can you just know that it's there.
Yeah. She didn't tell us, but I'm hoping she went home like we told her to.
Okay, and you said that these private investigators worked for Hudson Industries?
Yeah, they mentioned, she mentioned she was investigating Hudson when she was hanging with us, and that they were probably from the Mr. Arnold's.
Okay.
Mr. Arnold's employment.
Okay, what is your name?
Oh God.
Are you at the Hooverville? Who
I'm
are
you? I'm at the Hooverville, but I don't want to be seen talking to coppers. I don't want I don't want my name on any books anywhere, because I think it would be bad for me.
Right? Yeah. Okay. But we do. Yeah. But we'd want to get witnesses to the assault. And the reporter, she's okay?
The reporter's fine. I gotta go. And
he's like, he's gonna have to talk to some people about that. Okay, He'll get in trouble if he doesn't.
Again, if she dies, they need to know the trail, but also not stop the trail. But also be like, no, the Hooverville people helped.
Yes. Right now, Andy has to go talk to Lieutenant O'Connell, who is on night shift, about this.
Yeah, but I didn't want to give a name, because then they'd be like, why did you not give a name? Yeah, like, even though I had them.
No. I just want you to know that right now across town our desk sergeant Andy is going to be talking to Lieutenant O'Connell, who's going to yell at him for not getting more information, and is going to...
Did Andy already
out.
let him know that if she went missing, it's Hudson Enterprises?
He hadn't said that yet because you told him not to, and now he's a little worried that he might have to tell that part, and also... now Lieutenant O'Connor's gonna yell at him even more for not telling him that right away. So,
yeah.
You know, he's a... So there's gonna be some conversations happening between our desk sergeant and the lieutenant who...
But conversations mean not stopping the investigation at the staging area.
Right, because you never mentioned that. But Lieutenant O'Connell's gonna want to stop this right now. He does not know where you are. He's gonna go home first. He's going to call your place and not find you there, and then he's going to go over to your place and not find you there. So he's going to be doing some stuff in the meantime.
Which means he's not in danger. I've done it. Vivian's like, so good at my job. This is I think this is the messiest Vivian's investigation has ever been, because I think she has invited O'Connell on investigations before, but I don't... I bet they've had conversations about, like, I should have been there for, like, the mirror one, maybe? And I'd be like, so...
Because that was the first time he actually told me about the weirdness, which he was very skeptical of, right?
Yes.
And I think that he was skeptical for a bit until maybe you got another weird thing. And then he was
like,
he saw
and then
he's like, oh.
And then, I don't think it's ever been as dangerous as this one. I think...
No.
I think as a politeness, she has not investigated the weird ones. One, because she didn't have an angle.
Yeah.
That could be normal. And two, because, like, oh, it's just a moida. It's just one moida.
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's over. But this is like, people could still get hurt.
Also,
So
I just need to point out, if you take him to the less dangerous ones, he'll be less worried when you go out on cases. You know, I'm just gonna note that.
Maybe next time. Maybe next. I think she does not invite him to the ones that are weird.
Yeah. I think he's still a little bit skeptical about the weirdness because you told him and he believes you, but that's also a kind of weird. That he never saw it, right? So that's like that's a
How do you
hard
explain
buy.
a dog with a long tongue that turns people inside? And like Lentz believes me because he's seen enough.
Yes. But the thing is about Joe is that you know that he loves you, trusts you, and believes you. So you told him these weird things, and they do not mesh with reality, and so they don't make sense, but he takes your word for it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's gonna be like, all right, that happened, and it's never gonna happen again. It happened one time, and there was a weird dog, and we're never gonna see that dog again. Like, I don't think he thinks it's a reoccurring thing.
And I think he's always trying to find some way to make what you saw make sense. Like, maybe it was a dog that had mange, or
yes.
And I think that he probably said those things to you once or twice, but when you're like, no, I saw what I saw, he stops bringing it up to you, but you can tell that he's grappling with trying to figure out.
Yeah, he's not saying you didn't see a murder happen. He's just like, it probably didn't disappear in the mirror. It probably just ran off when you were freaking out. like.
Right. But
again, which is the nice. Yeah.
But the problem is, he also knows that you are not prone to making up things or missing details, right? So when he says it probably just ran away, you also know that part of him also believes you that it didn't.
Yes.
Right? Because...
But it's better to say that it ran away than grapple with the fact that there was a weird monster that went into the mirror, and it's why she wears gaudy jewelry now.
Yes. And I think that's what you can see, that he struggles with the fact that he believes you, but also he does not want to believe you. But he also wants to believe you, but he doesn't want to believe you, right? It's that...
Oh, yeah. He's the step one. He's step one of going through the Cthulhu.
Yes, he is. He's at step one still.
He just needs to watch his own murder, and then he'll be in step two.
Yeah.
And then step three is where you can sense when it's happening. It's the feelers, right?
Yeah.
So...
in a bad way.
In a bad way. So I think with all this information, which is great. See, here's my thoughts. All right, I'm just gonna tell you, because I bet we're gonna go on a break soon.
We are. I just want to
Yeah.
get to the.
Oh yeah, we're going. But Vivian is like, all right, get explosives. Put explosives in the house that has the egg. The egg could not be on a car. You could not deliver a car. So the egg has got to be on location. The secretary is saying that guy is at the staging area lot. Blow up that one egg. Lentz will go the next 2 days and cut off the rest of that. So no need to blow that area up. The fear is, did Ira, is he actually being strangled by an invisible guy who probably hatched from the first egg? Or are we killing the thing by exploding it? Now, Vivian wants to hope with enough explosions, anything can die. Right?
That's true. I mean,
Right?
probably.
So, like, all she has to do is get past the private security, put a bunch of explosives around the house, the place that she thinks has the egg, blow it up, report that is an arson. Trying to cover up the evidence of what's going to be coming out the next day.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah,
How good are you at explosives? Do you have that skill?
Listen. Who I looked at the tripwire, which I can put that together. Or,
sure.
Hear me out, just put a pile of it near the house and then use the gun.
Okay, so you have a very good plan, it seems. To, yeah.
Is explosives a skill? I guess I could...
believe it is. Let me just double check, but
I don't see it as a skill.
Let me just double check. You know, I actually believe that it is. I think demolitions is a skill. I'm just gonna double check, but I am pretty sure
explosives is a skill.
It is a skill. Do you have it? I see. Okay.
Oh, this is gonna go great.
Cool. Yeah, we are indeed about to go to break. But I want to give us our setup right before, because we need a good cliffhanger.
Oh,
Remember,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Don't have that skill. Okay, cool. And so,
I have a jar of agar.
You do. That is true. Which would probably help you if you're, I don't know. Do you go to the staging area?
Yeah. Because I know Vivian doesn't have the explosive skill. But everything is, here's the thing. Even if Vivian doesn't have the explosive skill, this needs to happen.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Let me bring you to an image.
Yeah.
If you don't mind,
Not at
because
all.
after all, that is what I like to do. I like to bring you to an image. And so,
It probably
before we go on break,
yeah.
On 20th Street, north of the riot in Astoria, there is a power plant, which is right there. It's nighttime, though. And next to the power plant, right next to it, is the staging area.
Oh, no.
They've sort of built up this place. It's like a city block that's surrounded by a wooden fence. On your way up there, you had to pass by Gemellione's shop, right? And it has a sign, a banner that says, "Damaged items, half price," right in front of her pawn shop. And the East River Yard is just south of this building, this massive Astoria Light, Heat, and Power Company plant. You can hear the weird sounds of the power plant just sort of ever present. And the space where the staging yard is a space where eventually a power plant will be expanded into. But right now it's the staging area, and all you can see is a 10-foot wooden fence. And there is a lighted gatehouse, only big enough to hold a chair. Yes. And there's a watchman in that chair. And he guards the entrances. And what you see is a locked door for the regular workers.
Okay.
And a wide chain-bound gate, which is big enough to bring in trucks and other construction vehicles. And as you are in the dark, outside, across the street, probably in a bit back, you see this big lot. And you can see on the other side of the 10-foot high wooden fence, you see these towers, like water towers, but they're holding all the concrete materials. You see a number of these like 20-foot towers, and somewhere in there are all these things you've been thinking about. And this guard is sitting there with a gun and a flashlight. Also, you recognize him.
Who is it?
He's one of the guards. He's one of those goons that attacked you. So, with that, with Viv standing right there, right out of sight of this guard in front of us.
Thank you.
Right out of sight of the guard, who's sitting there, with a gun, a flashlight, and a magazine. Sitting there waiting, just to make sure nobody gets into this place. The security that was brought out. With Vivian Sinclair, with all of those names of all those people in the Hooverville behind them. The workers, the union workers injured by whatever it was that's down there. Everyone you know. Joe freaking out right about now, rushing to get to your apartment. Vivian Sinclair has a story on the other side of that fence.
Yeah.
And what she does to get to the other side of that fence, we will find out after the break.
Yes.
Everyone, hydrate, stretch your legs, and we will be right back. Hello, everyone. We are back for the thrilling conclusion of Cthulhu Confidential X Astoria. Right now, as we speak, our intrepid reporter, Vivian Sinclair, is in the shadows overlooking the gate, the staging area for Hudson Enterprises, where she suspects something terrible is happening. There is a guard out front, a guard who knows who she is, because he tried to threaten her twice and was not successful either time. Well, I mean, he did threaten, but she got away both times.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to do? How would you like to deal with this guard?
So I have to ask some questions first before we even get anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Guardhouse.
Yeah.
Front, it is a square lot with a fence all the way around.
Yes.
This is newly installed fence, so I'm probably not a place where I can sneak under one, like, there's not going to be, like, a cut in the fence. There's not going to be, like, a way for me to sneak in from any other side.
You can definitely try to sneak it. You can sneak it. Stealth is absolutely an option.
I have one This is where I'm not good at, right? I'm supposed to be talking to people and convincing people to let me in.
Mm-hmm. There is a stealth test here.
Yeah.
Also fighting if you wanted to do that.
He has gun though, and if I fail that roll, that's gonna go really bad. Where if I fail my sneak roll, it just gets mildly bad.
It's up to you.
This is where I have to actually do the things. Okay, so Vivian looks upon this thing. She knows in there, assumedly, is an egg. It's squishy. It's snow globe sized. It cannot be moved easily. Based off what the secretary said, he's at the staging area, and if you wanted to hatch it, it's gonna still be at the secretariat, right? Her goal is to get to the explosive hut to grab enough explosives to go litter them outside the other building and then blow it up from far away. Hoping that the explosives, hoping that the explosives take care of the egg, but also bringing the fire department and potentially the cops to investigate, which might not do anything. Okay. But I gotta get in first.
I need to ask you a question first. I promised you in the break I would ask you a question, but I'm going to ask you this question now.
Yes.
You do not have the explosive skill.
I do not.
Which means you do not, without that skill, bad times, super bad times.
It's either going to be that they don't go off at all, or they go off way too early, way too close.
So I'm going to ask you a question that I am obligated to ask you.
Yes.
You don't have explosives, but you do have a different skill. And that skill is research. I'm going to ask you a question. And if you say yes, you have to tell me a story. Here's the question.
Okay.
There are two types of professions that tend to have weird knowledge sometimes.
Yes.
Not expert knowledge, not super trained knowledge, but like knowledge enough for government work. Yes. And those two jobs are actor and reporter.
Okay.
Those are often two people who have to go and like research kind of weird things, right? Either for a story. Okay, also Crit Twitch Notes is also a TTRP GM. That is also true. 3 professions. Where you sometimes have to get weird random things sometimes. So the only way that you might have now familiarity is not expertise, but it is familiarity. Yes. The only way that you might have familiarity with explosives is if you had to research explosives for a story in the past.
Yes.
Has Vivian done that?
I do think she did a bunch of research for a bank heist.
For what story? A bank heist. I need to know about this. This is the story I need to know. I'm ready.
So I think this was really young in Vivian's career, right? But I do think she does not have expertise. But she had to research specifically explosives and a bank heist to know how much explosives would they need to get through a vault. And not like, and then like maybe minorly some like ways to set it off so it's safe, but more so she was doing the research to see how much would they have to cart in to actually blow a hole.
Okay.
So it was less about the like, I actually don't think she got her name on that one. I think she just did the research of like, here are all the things that I think is how they got into the vault. And I don't even think her theory got picked. I think the theory that got picked was a drill. Because drills are just good, right? Or inside job. Inside jobs are probably the most likely. Corruption, like...
Yeah.
But
so,
I think...
If you have that knowledge...
Yes.
There are a couple things that you would know.
Yes.
One, that modern dynamite is much more stable than older dynamite. It's much more... it's comparatively safer to handle. you would also know that dynamite by itself is not going to do anything. That you need a blasting cap. You need both the dynamite and the blasting caps in order to have those things go together. And they should not be kept in the same pocket, for example.
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't put them in the same room.
Yeah. So that you would, and also from part of the story, you know that the art of putting those things together is actually quite tricky.
Yeah.
If you do things wrong, bad things can happen. You know that it would be kind of difficult. Like, you could try to put some stuff together, but you're not going to be very good at judging, like that's what the blasting miners do, right? Judging how much of one versus other. So judging,
because it needs to be an equal amount. You can't have too little blasting cap. You can't have too much blasting
too
cap.
much, right? You've got to have just the right. You have a general sense of it from your research, so you are not completely ignorant. You understand that you actually need both of these components. You know what they look like. You know how to travel with them. You could probably, put something together.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Does she know if lighting a fire on it would be enough for her to have it go off?
Probably want to shoot it.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, wood, because, like, bullets are just a fancy blasting cap.
Yeah.
Right? Because the bottom of a bullet is a blasting cap. Right? Yeah. That's the momentum that sends it going.
Yeah.
So, is it that she would have to take the bullet out and light it, like, or how?
No, you could actually shoot. If you were going for, like, big piles of things, like, you could shoot it, right? Or you could have, like, a long lead line set on fire so you could get yourself out.
Okay.
Your worry would be if you have too much and you're too close, you could be caught in the blast.
Oh,
right?
yeah. No, to be able to shoot it would be a problem. Yeah. So, because, like, you can't run, like, you fire the bullet sets it off. You're not running away from it.
Now,
so,
you could also, you could probably set up sticks of dynamite that you could throw, right? You could probably do that. At least one, if you had the materials. Yeah, absolutely.
I could, like, light it and then throw it?
No, that's only one stick, so you probably want to have, you know what I mean? But again...
Yeah, like, set it...
If you had too much, you might get caught, right? That's the one thing you're not the best at, because you're not an expert judging how much, how little.
Vivian is very scared of explosives. Claudia's pumped to know that these explosives are gonna go off. Like, she just has to get through the gate.
Yes, you do.
Because then it's explosive party. It's an explosive party. Okay.
And maybe a little investigation depending on what you see.
Okay. All right. Now here's.
How would you like to get past this gate guard?
Yeah.
I will tell you, disguise and fast talk is not going to work because he knows you.
Yeah, and I'm like, bargain's not going to work. I've embarrassed him enough.
Yes. He's upset with you.
Oh, yeah. Like, fighting is risky because if a gun goes off, it goes pretty badly. If I can sneak up with a brick.
That's fighting.
Could I beat him, though? Because if I, like, knocked on the back door with my brick and bricked him.
I will note, you could try stealth first, you know.
Yeah, let's...
It's up to you.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm going to try stealth first. I think that makes the most sense. Like, already, we are trying to go so much more aggro than usual. But this feels like a bigger deal than the other ones.
You can also just go aggro. You can just try to cold cock him with a brick. It's up to you. Fighting or stealth.
My fighting dice are better. I am gonna fight.
Okay. The number is a 9 for fighting.
Okay, and this is for, like, knocking on the door, opening the door, and giving a brick.
That is correct.
Okay. I get 2 dice.
Do you want the do you want to know about the stealth though? I can give you the stealth advance if you'd like.
What's the stealth advance?
The stealth advance is a 5. There is an extra problem available for stealth, but there is not for fighting.
For fight. Okay. I think 9. I need to get a 5 and a 4. I feel like the odds of that are better. Well, actually, okay, wait, we can do the math. We can do the math here. That's a 2 out of 6 for stealth. And for the other one, I would need to get 3 out of 6.
I'm also going to probably telegraph this for you, that if you fail the stealth, I bet you'll have to do a fighting roll, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm going to do the stealth, because the stealth has slightly better odds.
Okay.
So let's do it.
Before you roll the stealth, you need a 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you want to take the extra problem, or would you like to wait?
I don't want more problems.
Okay.
We already have enough problems.
Indeed,
I think this is going to go great.
One moment before
yes.
you roll,
Yes.
I need to move us over to here for the moment for our audience to see what is going to happen. I'm ready.
Okay.
So
I've got
you
nothing
begin
but 2s
to
and 4s.
creep.
Yes.
You notice that the guard gets up and takes a bit of a stroll around the fence.
So I can sneak in when he's doing the walk around.
Right. So if you can just time it right, you might be able to slip in. You'd have to pick the lock and see if you can pick the lock fast enough, right before he gets back around. But if you wait, you might be able to do that. You need a 5 to advance.
Let's go.
You have rolled a 5.
I've done it. I did it. I have no extra dice.
You have no extra
dice. But that's okay.
So no extra push.
Wait, I thought I only get an extra push when I don't have when I have an extra dice.
That is correct. So you don't get the extra push.
Yes. Okay, cool.
But I need you to tell me something.
Yes.
I need you to tell me how Vivian Sinclair is able to sneak past this guard with this locked door into the staging yard. So here's this guard. You've seen him before. Kind of tough. He's got a gun. He's got a flashlight. He's got a magazine. He sits there eagle-eyed. He will at times get up and take a mosey around. Yeah. But he then comes back. So tell me how you get through.
So I think what's gonna happen is we're gonna start, and she's gonna count, right? He's taking a mosey around. I think he's a whistler.
Yeah, yeah.
I think he's a whistler. And then, as he's coming back, she's hearing the whistle, and so she picks up a rock, and she chucks it like behind her. Yeah. In like, so if he's coming around the corner, like. Yeah. Back, giving her enough time to like get the thing, slide in, close the door.
In a very video game way, he goes, "What's that?" And like there's like you can imagine like a little exclamation point just shows up at his head, and he sort of like turns back around and goes the other direction just to check out what was there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
How do you get through this locked door? I want you to describe it in the most badass way possible, if you don't mind. I just need to enjoy this moment.
No, I definitely think there's some lock picking, and after the chucking. Yeah. After she chucks it, I think she just goes like she just slams her hand against it and it just pops and she's like, okay. Like the whole time because you know how some doors are just made badly? Yeah.
Yes.
And if you just hit them, they just open. Yeah. I think the whole time it was like that. And so she's trying to pick this lock, and as soon as she like angrily pushes herself against it, it just opens. Oh. Because it's a little bit of luck. Like I don't. Yes.
And I believe with that, you were able to slip inside the staging yard. Yeah. And I'm just going to make sure we can all see what the kind of the staging yard sort of looks like. But these are all during the day because we did not have a lot of nighttime photographs at the time. Yeah. But it is this massive yard once you get inside this space. And there are, there's like industrial sized equipment everywhere. Right, you have got, oh golly, you've got a lot of things here, right? You've got, you can see the 2 twin elevators, right? There are these massive twin elevators that will take you down deep below the surface. The whole place is fairly crowded with materials. You've got a couple of big towers that are holding, like 20-foot towers. You can kind of see one of them here, right in the. Oops, let me get this one.
Yeah, in the distance, behind the
distance,
crane.
like, yeah, right there, right? Massive, massive towers full of like concrete and mixing materials. And you've got like this big flatbed elevator and this pod-shaped elevator with glass windows and doors, right? And that's the one. That's clearly the human-sized one. And there's like a bunch of safety warnings, and a list of instructions on how to operate the elevator. And then you have got most of these 20-foot towers, right? This unmixed concrete, sediment. There are mixers. There are handcart-friendly wagons. There's some dump trucks here. There are tiers and tiers of tarpaulin-wrapped, twisted steel lying on this large temporary structure. And you can still hear the sound of the power plant not far. And then on the East River side of this big yard, there are these two sheds. And the first one is labeled "Warning, Explosives," on all sides. And then the second shed, which is a bit larger, has a handwritten sign that says "Keep Out," that's hung over the handles of its doors.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I have cryptology and evidence collection.
You do?
Can I recognize the handwriting of the sign above the other door as Mark Arnold's handwriting?
I'm shocked that you would think it's Mark Arnold's handwriting. You are correct, however.
Yes.
That is Mark Arnold's handwriting. Directly, it is. And then you've got there are a couple of lights. It's pretty dim in here. It's pretty dark.
Yeah.
It would be darker, except that you kind of get this weird yellow glow from the power plant. And you can hear the sounds of boats on the East River. You can see their lights on the other side of the fence here and there. And here you are, next to these elevators. All of this sort of, lots and lots of these, lots and lots, right, of these, of this, just a lot of industrial things that are there hanging out. And also, these two sheds. And I would just like to ask you, what would you like to do?
I have a couple ideas. But the first thing I want to do is there a light on in the keep out shed? Can I tell?
You cannot tell if there's a light on or not. By the way, I'm just going to give you another photograph because
Is that
No, that's this is gear. I just want to give you a sense of what kind of industrial things you have hanging out here. Because why? Because I like that. That's a thing I like to do. I like a good context. So here's we're talking about. I want to give you a sense of scale, right? So the tunnels they're making are going to be massive, right? And this is an image of one of the rings, right, of this.
That means the elevator door, the elevator that is used for equipment and not for people.
Yes.
Is way bigger than I anticipated. Big enough for a truck, would you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's massive, right?
Okay.
This is what we're talking about. We're talking about it's huge. The elevator for the people is enclosed. It's got glass gates. It looks like it's safer. I would also note to sort of just think that the elevator for the people has controls in it. The industrial one has an emergency stop that is also not in the elevator. So if you're on the big industrial size elevator, probably somebody could stop it from the top or bottom, but that's not the case with the people elevator.
Because somebody's controlling it to go down.
Yeah. And you can control the industrial elevator from the elevator itself as well, because if you might be moved on, but it's more likely if there were an accident, it would happen in the industrial elevator. So there's a way to stop that. There's an emergency stops probably on both the top and the bottom.
Okay.
Yes. So, I just wanted to give you a sense of the scale of what we're looking at here.
The problem I have is I want to blow everything up, but I've set up things to be investigated. So if I blow everything up, they're going to be like, well, there was this explosion. We can keep working in the mines. So yes. I need Lentz to be able to go in it, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk up to the explosion hut. The explosives.
Yeah.
Do not, and I would like, is it unlocked?
It is not, but do you... Ooh, let me get that
I would like to use lockpicking, actually.
Would you like to use... Well, if you have the lockpicking skill, I am shocked. Shocked, I tell you, that you have the lockpicking skill.
Well, I have locksmith. I assume that's lockpicking.
That works.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Who do you want to call to break into your lock? A locksmith.
A locksmith.
Just before I ask, I am curious. Where did you get that skill?
We don't talk a lot about Vivian before she's a reporter.
Mm-hmm.
I do think, because Vivian's family is from a farm upstate.
Mm-hmm. That's
and
right.
I do think Vivian has was a know-it-all in high school. And also, I don't want to say that. She needed to know things that maybe she wasn't allowed to know. So I think she got good at it and then got better at it in New York.
I see.
I think she started, like, I can imagine her trying to, like, get into the principal's office because she feels something is unjust at the student paper.
Yeah. That sounds very Vivian to me.
She probably got caught, but she was like, okay. Like, and then so she got good at it.
You know, I don't know if that's the most Vivian thing I've ever heard, but it's a very Vivian thing that I'm hearing right about now.
And I'm not gonna lie, I probably Marty might have because she knew the skill before Marty, but like
it feels to me like maybe there's a reason why you don't feel so uncomfortable around Marty. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Again, in another world, Vivian is in a completely different industry.
Yeah, but you're fighting the good fight. You can easily get inside this this shed with your locksmith because you have that skill. When you open it from the weird glow from outside, you see this shed, which is smaller than the other one.
Yeah.
Has 13 boxes of DuPont extra dynamite 60% stacked against the wall.
How close? I'm sorry, you finished what you're saying.
Opposite side of the wall, there are several boxes of blasting caps. Okay. Separated from each other.
Okay, yeah, by like 4 feet. Okay. Probably not union standard amount of distance apart.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have another question for you.
I'm ready for all of your questions.
How close is this building from the other one next door?
It's pretty close. I'm going to note, though, that for you to do this, you're going to have to... You have to actually attach the blasting caps to the dynamite. You've got to do that work, which would take time.
I know. I'm just curious if I perhaps unboxed a lot of this TNT, stepped out of the house, and then shot at it, if the explosion would get to the other building, but not me. And the answer is not yes to both of those.
So the thing, well, not to both of them. Here's your big problem.
Yeah.
To get this set up, it will take you a lot of time to actually attach the blasting cap so that the dynamite will explode. And I don't know if you have that much time. It'll take you a long time. You can probably put together some dynamite. You can get like some sticks of dynamite and put them together. But to get enough all set up would take you more time that you might feel comfortable with, considering there's a guard out there. But you certainly can get some.
I will take I'm going to aim for 5. Because here's the thing. One dynamite stick can do a lot of damage.
It can. Do you want to keep any with you?
Well, here's the thing. I want to make 5. Or, maybe let's do 4. Okay? And here's how I'm playing, and I'm just gonna tell you like series of events. Number 1, make 4. Number 2, go to other building. Open door. If I see egg, throw dynamite, run. While I'm running, blow up as much stuff as I can.
Okay.
So, yes.
Yes. So.
I'm gonna make 4.
You spend
4 seems safe.
Yeah, you make a little. You spend like a little bit of time putting together blasting caps and dynamite. So you get like 4 sticks of dynamite. Yeah. That now, if you put them together, you have to be very careful with them.
Yes. Wait, when I say it, so now I'm like, and now it's like this is live.
Yes.
So I probably putting them in my bag. Does that feel safe?
No, that would not be safe. If you wanted to store them, you would store them separate and then put them together where
then
you're going to be.
Then I only want 2.
Okay.
2 seems way safer. Maybe I'll put some extra sticks in my pocket, but like 2
and the blasting caps
live.
Separate.
Yes. Yeah. 2 live.
Sure.
1 in each hand.
Okay. Do you go over to the other shed that says keep out?
Yes, I do.
Are you sure? I'm just asking.
No, yes, I do.
Okay.
I know it's trouble. I need to know what's in there, right? This is because I do. I gotta do anything for a story.
Yeah.
I need to know what's in there.
I know. The door, it might shock you to know, is locked.
Okay. Can I play this kind of silly?
Hey, you've got locksmith.
I want to...
And also dangerous dynamite on you.
Yeah. I want to... How big is this?
It's pretty big, actually. It's bigger than the other one. You know, I would say...
2 floors? 1 floor?
No. Okay. Maybe 10 by 10, right? Like, it's 1 floor. It is a shed still. It's just a much bigger shed. Okay. It can hold bigger things than the smaller shed, which has a bunch of explosives.
I'm going to go up to the door. I'm going to try to be as sneaky as possible. Which is, I'm not Metal Gear Solid girl. I'm just trying to be. But I am wearing my casual loafers.
Yes,
and I just want to
you
listen in and... I mean... Mark Arnold's not going to be talking to himself. Yes, he is. I'm going to listen to see if I can hear anyone in there.
You listen. You listen carefully. And it sounds quiet.
Too quiet?
I mean, it's probably empty, right?
No. Like the quiet that Ira was describing quiet?
No. He was describing the quiet of maybe going underground.
Yeah. Okay. I just like...
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
Because like right now, there's still... You hear that you have the sounds of the city, where you've got the sounds of boats on the river and the sounds of... Yeah, and the buzz of the power plant. It's almost never quiet, right, in New York City. But there doesn't seem to be anything on the inside that you can hear. There's no talking.
Okay, then I am going to lock pick. And...
You know, you can do that.
I know I have to put the TNT down for that. So I'm very careful as I do that. And I start lockpicking.
Doesn't take you long. Okay. You can hear the whistling of the guard as he makes his rounds outside of the wall of the fence.
Yes.
Maybe you catch your breath. I don't know. But it doesn't take long before you open the lock. The door is now unlocked.
Okay. I am going to both dynamite makes everything a lot scarier because you can't mess up. Is it dangerous to me to hold 2 dynamites in one hand?
You have to be very careful.
Okay.
You have to make sure that the blasting caps don't touch, right?
Yeah. So it's blasting cap, stick, blasting cap. and I'm going to... No. I'm going to put down one of the dynamites. I'm going to hold the other one so I can set it off really quick. And then I'm going to open the door.
The door creeps open, swinging open slowly. I'm going to describe what you smell first because that's less distressing.
Okay, great.
You smell machine oil. You smell... Yeah, oil, maybe some chemicals, but just the remnants, the echoes of it. Because you imagine that was probably what they stored in this shed, you know? Probably dangerous chemicals, oils, gasoline, probably things like that were all stored in this shed. That would make sense of what you would use. Especially if you had dynamite in that other shed, it would make sense you'd have industrial things like that in this shed. That's not what's in the shed right now. There is only one thing in this shed at the moment.
Okay. Is it egg?
It is an enormous pearlescent egg. And as you see it, I know your plan is to light that dynamite and throw it.
Yeah.
I have to tell you something.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Maybe you don't know what it is. Yeah. Maybe it's the pale moonlight that sort of reflects off of it when you open the door. Or maybe it's the dim yellow glare filtering in from the power plant that just hits it just the right way. It is beautiful.
Yeah, it's like a snow globe.
It is. And I don't know, or you don't know, where this feeling comes from. But I'm going to pause for a second and tell you a quick story. Have you ever been to Ithaca, New York?
No.
Ithaca, New York is where Cornell College is, Ithaca College. And there's like this, they have like one of their like branding things is like Ithaca for the city is Ithaca is gorges, but gorges because they have these gorges. And these deep, deep gorges. And to get onto the Cornell University campus, you have to pass by these little like, kind of like bridges that go over the gorges. And I remember walking across the gorge once, and the bridge, and I looked over the bridge, and I looked down at the gorge, and you just see this huge drop. It's like, I don't know, 100 feet maybe. It's this massively huge drop of this gorge, and at the very bottom there's this river. And the thing about it, as I was looking over the bridge, is that I had this feeling that I wanted to jump off the bridge. Not because I was suicidal. I wasn't. But because it just felt like if you did, you would float. I did not jump off the bridge, obviously. But this phenomenon is actually apparently not unique to me. It is apparently something that often happens when people, apparently it's a thing, right? There's this sort of feeling that kind of a compulsion to like jump off the bridge. It does cause a problem there. And I don't think it's a very uncommon feeling. And at this moment, Vivian Sinclair, you have this urge to touch the egg. This, my friend, is a stability test.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
8.
That does make sense. Okay, I'm gonna roll the dice. This isn't a cool test.
Nope, this is stability. If it were cool, you know, yes.
And it's not, there's no, I'm just gonna ask this. I don't need to know what's under the card. but I just still don't know what that edge is under that
Not
card.
yet.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to then roll 8.
You need an 8.
I can do an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Not a great start. Not a great start. I bet I'm going to go to 4 again. Okay.
Here, let me go here for you. Mm-hmm. That's a 2.
Yep. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's an 8. That's an 8. That's an 8.
Can I tell you something?
Yes, and I'll tell you my thought of how I stopped from touching it. But you tell me your
Would you like
thing
to know what the
first.
setback number was for this challenge?
Yes.
7. There was no hold.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
There was no hold. Only you make it, or this other thing happens. I'm going to tell you something, and then you can tell me how you resist. You have that urge to touch it. There's a pull. And I'm going to tell you something. It's a feeling that you have. Something inside of the egg wants to commune with you. You have a sense there is an intelligence in there that wants to talk to you. And to do that, you just have to reach out and touch the egg. And once you do, you can communicate. It probably has many secrets that it can share with you. So much knowledge. You get the sense that it could share so much information with you. It wants to talk to you, but it can't, not unless you just touch it. If you failed this role, you would touch it.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Because spoiler, not a good idea. Tell me how you resist.
I think
pull.
as this pull is like everything Vivian thought she wanted. With that, she could get all of the cases. She could be the front of the paper. She wouldn't even need to investigate. Yeah. She would just know exactly what would sell, and she would not even need to leave her office, and she would know who to talk to, and all of that would go pretty well. But then she thinks...
Could you imagine? You could probably just know thoughts. You could know everything.
I think when it's like, we can commune, I think she takes a step forward, and then she's like, I don't want to talk to this. I want to talk to Joe. And I'm thinking about how, in some ways, and this is going back to like English 101, the egg is a representation of the conversation she needs to have with Joe.
Yeah.
That egg is not going to answer that question of purpose and motherhood and getting old. Like it is like the egg is English 101. What does it, is this your purpose? Which like, it in some ways it is an eldritch horror of like representing both another life that she could live, but it wouldn't be a choice that she is making if she touched that.
Yeah, that's right.
So I think with that 8, I think she looks at this
That's a hard
egg.
number. That was a hard number.
Yeah, I'm glad I had 2 dice. I think she lights, like she does the blasting cap.
Yeah.
And she just like lightly tosses it.
Before you light it.
Yes.
I need to give you some thoughts that might occur.
Yes. I think she holds it up. I think she just holds it up.
Mark Arnold is not here in this shed right now. He's somewhere.
Yeah.
This is one egg. Ira Graber said there were many, many eggs down in the hole. And if you destroy this one egg, that's good.
Yeah.
But there are so many more down there.
Oh no, I have a plan for that.
And he's somewhere around here. What's to stop him from getting another egg out? Just gonna note it.
Oh no.
Whatever you do, it will take time for whomever it is to get from there to here.
How far away is this hut from the elevator? The big elevator.
It's not
Good.
too far.
Good. I think she does the math. She's like, you're right. There's only one egg. But she knows if she sees another egg, she doesn't have that chance a second time.
That said, I don't know if that's true.
Oh.
Mainly because, well, I mean, problems.
Yeah.
But you know now about this egg.
Yeah.
You know this. Which means you think you might have a better chance to resist it if you see something like this again, because you're not fooled anymore. Do you know what I mean? Oh, side note, on the wall,
Yeah.
there's some writing on the wall.
Oh no. Oh no. That's not the egg. I can touch that.
The writing says, yes, I will be president of the world. I will know everything. I will have all of the power. Seems like somebody, I don't know who, has been communing with the egg.
Yeah. No, you know what? Vivian set a lot of stuff up. She set a lot of stuff up. And if everything goes to works and there's no more corruption, it's going to go great. I think we're going to go with that plan.
Okay.
Vivian blasts the cap, which I think it means I have 30 seconds maybe?
Yeah. 7 seconds.
I'm going to chuck
Oh, well,
it.
you can, well, let me put it this way. Since you put those things together, you could give yourself more. You just don't know how much. You're not an expert, so you can't.
Oh no!
Judge
I'm just
as
gonna. I'm gonna literally throw it, close the door, and run as fast as I can away from the explosion hut.
Yeah.
To hopefully find something to hide behind. I'm thinking is there a metal pipe? Is it there equipment? That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. There are metal pipes everywhere.
And if you want it to be thematic, she dives into the center of one, right?
Okay, well, hold on. We can't have this. This is not appropriate. I need this. Vivian's. So the elevator is sort of on the other side of the yard.
Yeah.
You could
Don't
probably.
worry, we're gonna be getting to that.
Right, it's one of those things where the explosion's not going to hit the elevator is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, that's fair. What do you think the second one's for?
You run. Give me your dive.
Yeah.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
I think this is one of those. She's definitely gonna get a cut on her face. There's gonna be dirt. I think the hat, because she had one of those black beanies on. I think it comes off and her blonde hair goes all out.
Yeah, and then, poof! There's an explosion, and you went pretty far, right? Mm-hmm. You hear a scream in your head.
Cool.
For a moment. And then this goo just spurts everywhere, and it hits the other shed, and you smell burning as this goopy acid just starts burning through things. And you hear, hey! And you hear footfalls as people start running. You can hear
because there's a building on fire. Like,
yes, and you hear the guard, and then you start hearing not one set of footsteps, but multiple sets of footsteps as they come. As you see 5 guards and Mark Arnold come rushing towards this area, and Mark Arnold goes, "No! My friend!" And they start like, what's going on? And like they're starting to freak out. You're hidden in this pipe as they start to scatter to see what's happening. He's like, find out what happened. Go, go! And you can see some of them spreading out, and they all start to spread out to see what's happening as this as this acid starts eating through everything.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I see the other elevator, and how long is the run to it? Like, I just need to be able to run and chuck a thing at it.
Yes, I will note this.
Yeah.
They said that Graber said that the site where the cavern is like a couple miles away from the elevator entrance.
Oh, yeah, so you have to go down the elevator and then you go underground, right?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I just need to stop them from going down there.
Yes.
For the night.
Yes.
Because, one, police are going to be there tomorrow. There's no way. 2, the unions are, it's an industrial waste, which is going to get lumped there. I just need to break it for tonight.
Yeah. So here's the thing. You can't just chuck it. If you're going to want to do it, you're going to want to hit the mechanisms.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Of this thing.
Yeah.
So that's, if you just throw it, you might just get one of the elevators, not the other, right? You might not be able to actually ruin the mechanisms.
Because they can't put it in the pod. The pod's not big enough for it.
Right.
So I just need the industrial one. Okay, cool.
Yes, and what you're going to need is what you're going to do is ruin the mechanism.
Yes.
Right? Because if you can ruin the mechanism, then this thing will be stuck up here. It'll be hard for them to get down.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right?
Because I was imagining if I just blast capped the floor of the elevator, but
they could
probably
pulleys, right?
Yeah, you're right.
If you trap the elevator up top, then that'll block the hole, and they won't be able to sort of get down in any way.
Now, the question is, do I stealth or do I sprint my way over? And I think the stealth is going to be the tricky for this. Yes. Because I can always just sprint after I get caught.
That is correct. That will be you're going to have to do that, by the way. That is going to be a fleeing test. I just want you to know that you felt like that thing was going to hatch.
No, there was no way I could leave.
It was going to hatch. Just so you know. I'm going to need from you, what are your general tests? What do you got?
I have athletics 1 dice. I have fleeing 2 dice, which is going to be after I blow it up. And I have stealth 1 dice. Okay. I feel like stealth or athletics could get me closer to the elevator. Because if I was fleeing, I wouldn't be touching the elevator.
Yes, that is correct. So, athletics will be easier for you than stealth.
Yeah.
At this moment, right? If you just go hell-bent to leather, this will be an easier thing for you to do, and you would need a 3.
Oh, I could do that. I mean, we'll find out if I can do that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do athletics then.
And this athletics is going to be, both the getting over there, but it's also the throwing with precision, right? The athletics is going to get you, because throwing stuff is athletics, and this is about you throwing with precision.
And I can use my push dice If I
No,
need
push
to.
gets you extra stuff.
Okay.
Gets you extra info. Which
It's not
will not get you here.
for it's not gonna. Okay, cool. So it is down to this roll basically.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
A 1.
Okay. This is not great for Clodster.
Okay.
Not great for Vivian.
You throw it.
Yes.
You throw it out. You throw this this dynamite. It careens through. It lands, and as it lands, the blasting cap becomes detached. And there's a very small little explosion, but it doesn't hit the dynamite.
Yeah.
The elevator's still intact.
Cool. I'm gonna keep running.
But you are
towards
not
it.
hurt. This is a quick
Yes.
test.
I have 2 sticks still in my pocket.
You do.
So I'm going to, if I can continue running forward,
Yes, you can.
grab that first stick off the ground, take all 3,
Yes.
put them, like, I'm assuming just like
Yes.
chug in.
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to step back as far as I think I can while still making the shot.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm going to make a shot. So I
Okay.
know that there is a chance I'm going to get blown back by this.
Yes. Yes.
But it is more important to break the elevator than...
if you do not break the elevator,
Yeah.
they're going to have time to get down there.
Yeah.
And to take some of these eggs out, and you know
Yeah.
it.
I know it. Because Mark Arnold is obsessed, and he wants to
Yes,
become
he is.
president of the world. And
Yes, he
I
does.
don't think that's going to be good, because I've seen what he does to people. I've seen him take
Yes.
advantage. I've seen him use... Like, this is exactly what I do not want as Vivian Sinclair.
Yes.
So I am going to line up my shot, knowing that I am, 20 feet away from it?
Yep.
Yeah. You know what
So-
I am going to do, though?
Tell me.
I'm just going to put one hand here.
Yep.
And make because like this is bad, and I think while she's taking the shot, she has practiced shooting with Joe.
Yes.
I think she's hearing Joe's like, take a breath, hold it steady, and let it out. And I think that's the last thing she hears before she makes this shot.
How many dice do you have
For what?
for this shot?
I don't. Shooting is not a skill I have.
What do you have? You have fighting, right?
I have fighting.
Yes. That will give it to
Okay.
you. Tell
All
me.
right. 2 dice.
Okay. This is an 8.
Okay.
And as you line up this shot, you hear someone say, "Over there!" Did you hear that?
Oh no. Can I take is there a trouble that I can take for this shot? To give me an extra dice. Because I will just take it.
Will you take it?
I will just take it right now without even rolling. Like, this is how
Okay.
important this shot is.
Okay. I have an extra problem in my mind
Yeah.
for you.
Okay.
I don't think I have an official card, but I will tell
We
you
can
what it is
Yeah.
if you take it. Do you take it in advance or afterwards?
Here's how I'm going to play this out. I'm going to make... I think each dice is a bullet.
Yeah.
So, like, first bullet, 6. She hits it. It just touches it, doesn't
Yeah.
do the job.
And you
Maybe
start seeing
she's-
it smolder, right?
Yeah.
Like there's like...
And so I...
Mhm.
And
And then you
I
hear
assume there's still...
they'll be like, "Over there!
Yeah, and so I
That's the
think
reporter!"
And then I think at that point she makes the second shot. Again,
Okay.
hand here.
Yep.
And that, yeah, I think...
Do you want to know what the problem was?
Yeah, I don't need it, but yeah.
Caught in the explosion.
I think she's still going to be caught in the explosion.
Oh, but there's a difference between...
Oh, that's fair.
This would be a problem card that would get you caught in the explosion in a this is not going to be good kind of a way.
Yeah.
Like a really bad kind of a way. You made
That's
an
fair.
11. You made the number. I need you to describe to me how you set this off destroying the mechanism and locking them out for who knows how long. Long enough.
So what I think happens is I think the security guard, first shot, they're running.
Yep.
Second
they're
shot,
running towards you.
I think they actually get within hand's reach.
Yes.
They're so close. And
they're
I think
so close.
The explosion hits. I think everyone gets blasted back. Like off the feet. There's a crater where that mechanism used to be.
Yes. Yes.
Everyone's ears are ringing. There's still no one can hear. There's still a lot of anger and pointing. I think as this is happening, the mechanism is, you hear a grinding creak as some of the gears that are holding the chain, I think like 2 of the chains snap, but enough that you can't like safely pull it all up or pull it all down. You can't you have to refashion the chains, which how do you do that from above or below? Like it is going to slow them down. I think Vivian has some cool metal cuts. Like
yes.
I think perhaps missing how some of her hair gets lit on fire. We'll figure that out in post.
Yes. But they're on you.
Yeah.
They're on you right now.
Yeah, and I think she's gonna. I think they're all stumbling to their feet.
Yes. Yes.
Right, and this is where the dice roll of fleeing is gonna come in, because there is like.
Yes, it is.
No, she has no more dynamite on her person.
Yes.
She's just gonna just start sprinting.
I'm going to tell you something.
Yeah.
The advance number for this is a 10.
Uh-huh.
But you have set off a huge, massive explosion that has destabilized everyone. So that is going to be lowered. You're going to get a +2 to this roll. So
okay, good.
Because they have lost their equilibrium, right? They're going to still try to stop you, but you have just caused a massive explosion. So they're a little thrown off their game.
And I was saying they can't communicate effectively, because usually they could be like, oh, you go this way, you go this way. But that's really what's...
And also Mark Arnold is screaming over there about the loss of his friend.
Is he still at his egg?
Yes.
What a loser. What a bozo.
He is. He's screaming at his friend.
It is his best friend. It is
his best friend who's going to make him the president of the universe, or you, the best reporter in the entire world. Oh,
yeah. No, there's going to be nightmares about that. If she ever gets laid off, she's going to think about that constantly.
By the way, I have an extra problem for you if you would like it for this fleeing test.
Let's see how I do. The dice have been so nice to me lately. Let's figure out. I have 2 dice for fleeing.
The problem is quite fitting, but go on. It's your fault. A 2.
Not a great start.
So, describe this. You're trying to get past these people. This is your first roll. Give it to me.
I think she is also stumbling. Like, I think this is she starts running, and I think she actually, hits the dirt hard. Maybe the jar is, it's off-balancing her, because that jar's still there. She refuses to let it go, though. Well, actually... Yeah, she refuses to let it go. So she tries to, she put, they're approaching as she's getting back up. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna roll the other one, and then I might take the problem. We're gonna find out.
A 1.
Yeah, I think she's gonna take that problem, because I don't think that's enough for a hold.
Would you like that problem?
I would like that problem.
Let me get it for you. You might enjoy it very much. Who knows?
Oh my god.
Let's see. It's problem 18, so it's a bit further down there. That's great.
You're doing great.
I know, right? It's probably right about here. Let's see. I just have to find it. Nope, that's wrong one. That's a 22, 120. I just want... Oh, look at this. It's not actually ordered. Let me find it for you.
You're doing great.
It's actually a problem that you said that you would get, so I feel like this is perfect.
So actually. I think I will describe it while you pull up this card. So she's she hits the ground so hard, right, when she's trying to escape. And I think it's one of those when you're getting up, you don't really look around you. And so, again, it's not trying to be slapstick. I think she takes like 3 more steps and then collides directly with something in the dark. Like a half pipe, something that's not built. And she, again, like hits the ground, losing a little bit of...
blood.
Blood, or I think maybe the wind got knocked out. Because it's just like directly. Yeah. So I'm flipping this over.
One more die. Hold it over afterwards.
Okay. I think it's closer.
That's
I think
7.
that gives me 7. I needed an 8.
That is correct. That is the hold.
Oh my gosh.
Which means you don't get the edge.
That's fine.
You do get out.
Yeah.
However, it's not a full success.
No.
Something will be left behind here at this place. Something that will identify that you were there.
I have 2 ideas, and I want you to tell me which one you prefer.
You tell me.
Okay. The gun was in her hand.
Yep.
I can imagine the gun, which is registered to her.
Yep.
Missing 2 bullets.
Yeah.
Could be found.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So that's the first thing.
Yep.
Or it's the address book. It's the address book that she used to call Stella in the phone. So it has her name in it. It has her address in it. It has everyone she's known. And she probably had it in her front pocket because she was,
I think it's the gun.
Okay.
I think that's the one. Because that will get you in trouble.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry. It's a...
So, you just need to get out, and you do.
Yeah.
They're chasing you. There's a rumbling. All you need to do is get out of the yard, and you know New York. You know Queens. What if you can just get out, you can lose them. Because they will not be able to follow you in the streets of this place.
Right.
Tell me how you do.
Question. Do I flip this card first?
You can flip it whenever you want.
Okay. I won't then. I won't. It's scary. I think it is one of those... I think she's actually going past the alley that she got... No, that was near that's near the Bellevue.
Yeah.
I think she sprints... I think she actually goes and takes the place that she was hiding up top.
Yeah.
Above Mama Giuseppe's?
Leone's. Yeah.
Yeah, because she had hidden there earlier to get the view. Yeah. So I think she knows exactly where that ladder is. She runs up there. It's dark in the alley. I think she just lays on that fire escape. Yeah. Literally right before it. And I think they run past her.
They do. They run right past her.
Yeah.
And as they run past in the night, shouting for you, with guns out now.
Yeah.
And you can hear the rumblings. It's quiet. You hear the howls of Mark Arnold. In the distance, you can hear... I love that siren I'm hearing right now. You can hear...
That's fine. I'm so sorry.
It's perfect, though. Thank you for giving me the sound effects that we need, right? You can hear these sirens happening somewhere in the distance. You can hear what sounds like probably Mark Arnold clanking with a heavy wrench on the machinery so he can get down there, but he can't. And I imagine you get away from there.
I think when the fire trucks come. Yeah, when the fire trucks come, I think she, it's safe. There's probably a police car that comes with the fire truck.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think she just walks to the police car. And I think, cuts on her face, on the floor, burnt jacket, blonde hair askew.
Now, before you do, you were illegally trespassing on private property. Just gonna note it. Just noting it.
Oh, yeah.
Just noting it. And also, there's a lot of damage. Looks like industrial sabotage. Looks like a lot of crimes. Arson, at the very least. Before you show up at the police, who are going to probably want to investigate the arson.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I have a 6 a.m. breakfast to meet.
You do have a 6 a.m. breakfast to meet. Just noting that
you're right.
Doesn't look good for you. That's all.
Why don't I then, when I see the fire truck, but not the police cars, that's when I go, it's probably, 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
That's when I go to breakfast. I get there early. I'm like a full 2 cups of coffee in. Now, does Joe show up early? And I'm guessing it's yes.
Yes. Now. No. Don't turn over that problem just yet.
No, it's fine.
We can wait. We can wait for that. That's fine. That's okay. I think it'd be great if you just wait a little bit longer for this one. Yeah. He is there before the diner opens. But you do... Oh, this is a 24-hour diner. It's open. I imagine you get there before he does.
I feel like it would be this might be one of the few 24 hours because they both work nights. Like they would...
Yes. You get there before he does because you get there at like 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah. You dab the blood off with the napkins in the bathroom. Like, tries to look a little bit better. He doesn't show up
early.
Oh, no.
It's 6 o'clock a.m. and he's not here yet.
But we said 6.
It's 6:30 and he's not there yet.
Okay. Now I'm worried. Unless he's doing overtime. So I think I'm gonna use the, I'm assuming the diner has a phone.
There's a payphone.
Oh yeah, I will definitely, I'll just call the police department. Just be like, Joe's supposed to be here.
It's Andy. He has a sad life right now. Oh.
He's doing a double.
Oh. Viv, you're here. You're all right. Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Everybody was really worried about you.
I only told you to let them know if I go missing. Did you bother my fiance?
There was an anonymous tip that you'd been attacked.
What?
Yeah.
When? Oh my gosh. You mean that small? It was no problem. We shouldn't have worried Joe at all. Where's Joe?
There was an explosion over at the Hudson staging ground for the tunnel, and there was a lot of discussion about Hudson, and Joe went down there. He wasn't there originally, but got a call from one of the guys down there, and so he went down there, and he's currently having a meeting with the chief of police.
In his office or down there?
The chief's office.
Huh.
There's a lot of yelling. Should
I go meet him?
You shouldn't come down here, I don't think.
Okay. Can you just tell Joe that I'm at my house then?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like he's gonna be a long time.
Yeah. I don't know exactly what happened, but he got a call from one of the boys, said they found something there at the and that he should probably know about, and he rushed down there and
Got it. You know what? He could pick me up at work. That seems like a better idea.
Okay.
Thank you, Andy, for everything.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad to hear you're safe.
Yeah, no, surprisingly, it takes more than 3 private securities to take me down. I'll tell you the story over coffee sometime. Or, you know, at our next dinner party.
Yeah. There's a... Yeah, you probably shouldn't go anywhere near that place. It's sort of bad.
My office?
No, the explosion. Because Joe says you're the kind of type of person who goes towards explosions rather than runs away from them. So...
that's fair. I'll take your advice. Can I roll since... I know what's happening here. I don't even need to roll. I'm gonna type up as much as I can before I get arrested.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what's happening. You may know what's happening, but your assess honesty says that he doesn't know what's happening, but he knows something bad is happening.
Oh,
right?
yeah. Like, Vivian...
He doesn't know what it is, because clearly people have not looped him in, but he clearly gets the sense that something is not good.
No, this is bad. And Vivian can pick things up. Vivian is going to go, you know, take a taxi even, burnt and all, to her office and literally type up as much as she can. Like, I'm talking notes. I'm talking everything that she's picked up. Because she's... She...
The phone rings.
Oh, yeah.
At your office.
I pick it up because I don't have my own secretary.
It's true. Hey, Vivian?
It's Joe, right?
It's Andy.
Hi. Oh, it's Andy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Andy?
I'm glad I could get a hold of you. I feel like I should probably call you. Joe's been arrested.
What?
I think he's probably going to be fine. But,
why has Joe been arrested?
Well, he, broke into that staging yard, and he stole your gun. And,
oh my God.
He, apparently set some stuff on fire. And look, the problem is it's kind of big, and it's hard to brush this one under the rug.
Absolutely. I'm going to be down there right now.
Okay.
And Vivian hangs up the phone. Literally, again, another taxi. Goes to the police station.
Did you finish the story?
No.
I know.
It is half typed.
Yeah.
And I think she wrote I think she was actually writing the Cthulhu part when she's left, which makes it more spooky.
Yeah.
A big pearlescent, and she's... Okay, she gets to the station. It's uproarious.
Yes, it is.
Great. I am going to walk up to someone who I know is Joe's friend. They probably hung out at the police commissioner's ball.
Yeah. Yep. There's like a police officer about Joe's age.
Yeah.
Sort of like a young, sort of well, not that young, because none of you are that young anymore. Sort of like, you know, early 30s.
40s, yeah.
Yeah. Young black man. This guy here, he is...
what's his name?
He and, like, Joe, like, were partners for a while, hung out for a bit. This guy is not a lieutenant. He's just a detective. He hasn't been promoted yet, but he is a detective, which is, you know, pretty awesome. And his name is Willis Jefferson, detective.
Okay. Great.
Oh, hey, Miss Sinclair, so somebody called you about Joe?
I think Vivian is mad right now.
He thinks you might be sad, right?
I
or
think
afraid.
I think she was like in shock when she was at the office, picked up her stuff, walked to but the taxi ride was where she got mad. Because how bad are they at their jobs that they arrested Joe when, like, he was on shift all day. And I think Vivian is going to be like, I think she's going to be a very quiet, like a very quick, I'm so sorry. And then she's going to slap him. Why do you
looks
think...
like he's not quite certain what to do. Like, this is like I just got slapped. That did hurt, actually, a lot more than I thought it would. But she said, I'm sorry, so I don't know how I'm supposed to react. Like, he doesn't know.
Yeah.
It's very, like, you can see he's like, am I supposed to not react or react? He's a little bit, like,
and
shocked.
I think when he's shocked, I think she's going to be like, how bad at your job can you be that you didn't even check the person whose gun it belonged to for evidence? And I think she's going to, like, point to the burn marks on her jacket.
He noticed them. He's like, Miss Sinclair, could we have a conversation? And he wants to lead you out of the station.
I think she's going to
Quickly.
follow him, but I think she is going to not hide the fact that she's guilty. Like,
yes.
I think that she thinks that Joe took the fall for this, which is not true. So she needs to make a bigger deal that it was her. And I
he
think
is trying to rush you out of the station real fast before you can do that, is what he's trying to do.
Yeah,
that is
I think
very,
he's
he's like, oh, yes, burn. Yeah. Let's have a conversation not in the station.
you'll need to collect the evidence on my hands. I've only washed them, but gunpowder should still appear.
And he's like, I know you're very, very hysterical. Let me get you. And there's like this whole, like, and it's a very sort of a weird thing where a lot of people in this station know you and they know Joe.
Yeah.
And they also, they may not know, but they have guessed what is happening. And it is a complicated situation.
Right, because they can't, like, whose word do they take? And also, what is the perception? That a woman could do this?
Yeah.
And not a high-level cop?
Yeah.
It's only going to look more suspicious when anonymously a box of evidence is going to be delivered in 24 hours.
Yeah. And Willis gets you outside of the station. He's like, Miss Sinclair, I don't, Viv. You should probably change.
No. Joe is a good man and does so much for this city. He does not need to take this. It is my job, and I was the one who set that off. And I don't care what Joe wants in this situation.
Viv. He can get out of this. You can't.
Can he get out of it while still keeping his job?
Maybe. He's probably going to get demoted at least, depending on what the press looks like. But he can say he had a tip or had probable cause or something, but you can't.
Joe is a good cop. He doesn't make mistakes like this.
He wants to do this, Viv.
I guess it would be pretty selfish for me to take that away from him.
Look, as long as the press doesn't make a big deal out of it or call for his head, well, really, to be honest, as long as Hudson doesn't make a big deal out of it, or...
I mean, Hudson's got other problems to deal with. You're gonna see in 24 hours. It actually might add to his case.
Problem is, if they press charges, if they make a big stink, it may not go well for him. He's being held. It's not too bad. He's in isolation. I don't know if they can sweep this under the rug. It's a big explosion. But
I know. It's a good explosion.
What were you thinking? Why did you do that?
There are way worse things in this city that you cannot explain. How long has he been on the force? Like 15 years?
Yeah.
He's seen a weird thing. It's things that you do not deal with.
You'll go down for this.
I'm okay with that. I'm
Joe's
not okay with Joe.
Look.
Joe's worked so hard for this.
Viv, let me be frank with you. And what I'm going to say, I don't like to say. But, sometimes things be brushed under rugs. Sometimes. With the right... I mean, we're boys in blue. We take care of our own. I don't know if we can brush this one under the rug, but we might be able to. Hey, Vivian. Says the GM. You know who has influence with the chief of police?
Is it Marty?
It is Marty. So, Willis says, I think we can... He might be demoted back down to detective, but, I think it'll be safer for him to take this than you. You have no jurisdiction at all for this. And this is bad. It's still burning, and there's some kind of acid or something that's burning through things. It's,
Yeah, I know.
parts of it is collapsed. It's not good.
If there was evidence, let's say a box of evidence that gets delivered tomorrow that suggests that Hudson Enterprises was involved in a lot of corruption and scandal, is that enough to get him off?
I don't know. He's gonna have to probably get some sort of slap on the wrist at least. But,
Okay.
Had evidence of something, that'd be good.
Yeah. All right. I think she reaches her hand out and she shakes it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go change.
There's a guy, he's popping off. Mark Arnold?
Yeah.
He's, causing a lot of noise, actually.
Don't
Looks
worry.
like he's really pressing to push charges, and that's not gonna be good.
I can figure this out. And I think with that, I think she turns. I think she, as she's walking, she juggles a little bit, but she takes off her yellow slicker.
Yeah.
And I think she throws it in a garbage can.
Yep.
Or, I guess, I don't think they have garbage cans back then. I think they're just
Oh, they do.
bags. Okay, good.
Oh, no,
okay,
they're
cool.
garbage. Oh, yeah.
Great.
Oh, yeah.
Throws in a garbage can, goes to the nearest payphone, and calls Marty.
This is, Marty.
You should not be up this late. Are you looking through those files?
Yes, there's, a lot of really interesting things in here.
Yeah.
Really interesting things.
Very interesting things. Listen, I need to ask a favor.
I'm gonna drop it off tomorrow, I promised.
I believe you, because you have to. But I need a favor from you.
Okay?
I need you to put your thumb down on the chief of police.
Oh,
Yeah.
What happened?
Good man is going down for some mistakes that happened. And I cannot let him lose his position.
Okay.
You'd be doing me quite a favor.
What mistakes?
You're gonna... I mean, if I'm not reporting it, it's not gonna be a good article. But some explosions had happened at the Hudson Industries staging area.
Okay.
We knew it had to be done to stop certain things from happening for the city. Mark Arnold is causing a fuss. And while O'Connell has nothing to do with it, he might be going down for it. I need him to not have it on his record.
This guy Joe. Not met him yet. Say he's a good man.
The best.
Mark Arnold's causing trouble.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you for a favor at some point.
Is it my favor? Because it's not going to be Joe's favor.
Well, I'll ask you for a favor at some point.
Done.
Okay. You don't mind, Viv. I have to get off the phone right now. I've got a little business to do.
I don't think Friday's going to work for us anymore, though. We'll have to reschedule.
Okay.
But I do want you to meet Joe.
Might not be a good idea for us to be seen anywhere together for the next few months. Certainly not Joe and I.
Yeah. Why don't we do poker? What season is it even?
It's spring. It's March. It's
March. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, are you busy on, like, why don't we do poker? I know you have a good game in Labor Day.
I do.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Joe's an awful poker player.
Huh. Well, then I'll take his money.
And I'll win it back.
But, I'm gonna take care of some business. Viv,
Sounds good.
you helped us out. And you've dealt with some things that I don't even know what you've dealt with. And you've always done right by me. I'm gonna take care of this for you. You and Joe. Think of it as, my wedding gift.
I appreciate that. I'll write a thank you card.
No evidence. I gotta go.
Take care, Marty. We won't
You too,
be
Viv.
chatting for a little bit.
Yeah. And the phone goes dead. I have a question for you.
Sure.
What do you do about your story?
So, I just want to... I need to know the events that happened because I know a lot of things that I'm not supposed to know.
Yes, that is correct.
So I think I'm going to wait.
I want to know when you're going to publish a story, because
Yes,
I can tell you things that happened between now and then.
It's probably going to be... She's literally going to hold on to it for as long as she can. So she needs to make sure the union does their whole piece. And I think she gets that information. I think she's got to do Lent's investigation. And then Lentz talks about the damages and the acid and how it's a danger and like that part, right? And then I'm hoping the corruption case starts going out because the police get the files. So I think I do, because it's probably not a closed investigation, is it? I don't know.
Well, let's start with day one.
Yeah.
Joe's going to be held for 24 hours.
That makes sense.
He's not held in the way that regular people are held. There are a lot of arguments and discussions going on between him and the chief of police, and there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Lentz gets there's a press conference with Foley. He complains about industrial waste. He insists that there must be some sort of investigation. Lentz makes the case that whatever it was could not have just been from the Corona Meadows, because the same kind of industrial waste was found at the site.
Right, which is a couple miles away.
Which is a couple miles away. So it might be something from Hudson itself. And he said that perhaps they're storing some sort of illegal waste down there.
Okay.
That's all very public. The day after, Lentz goes down there.
Yes. Shit. Okay.
With a team to investigate.
Yeah. Yeah. Do they touch the eggs? I didn't even think about this.
You didn't think about that.
I didn't think about that.
You did not. They go down there. You don't know, you're not there.
No, but I follow up with Lentz in a day.
Lentz will not see you. The entire team is out of the office. There's a lot of stuff going on. You hear that there are some special teams that go down there. Lentz and others. The next thing you know, no one can get a hold of Mark Arnold at all.
Yeah,
he seems to have gone missing.
Okay.
Missing.
Yeah.
There's some story about stores of industrial waste down in that tunnel. You see Lentz doing a press conference about how the city of New York brought in a containment team. They had to destroy the chemical waste.
Okay, good. Okay.
Unfortunately, the entire water tunnel project has to be shut down.
Yes. Okay.
Because it is no longer safe structurally to go down there. Your guess is they probably exploded whatever was down there, but an explosion of that level probably just completely destroyed that entire space, making it geologically unstable.
Oh yeah, with all the acid there, no way. No way.
Yeah. Then, the next thing you know, Hudson Enterprises shuts down, goes out of business. It is shut down pretty quickly. They can't, the entire job is done. That they were banking on that. No one's going to work with them. They are shut down. Still no one knows where Mark Arnold is.
Does the corruption come out?
It's interesting about that. You looked at some of those, some of that paperwork.
Yeah.
There were a couple of officials that were listed in that paperwork as being corruptible.
Yeah.
There were 3. 2 of them are listed and investigated for corruption.
Okay.
The 3rd is not. The 3rd comes out making big speeches against corrupt officials.
Okay. Okay.
Shortly
I know what happened here.
A construction company with ties to Marty gets the contract to clean up all of the construction problems, and they will make huge amounts of money. Huge.
Marty's gonna make sure they don't do the Cthulhu stuff, so I'm okay with that. Like, they've... Yeah.
The whole site is ruined. That water tunnel is never going to make it into... It's just not going to happen.
That's a bummer.
And, yeah. And nobody ever sees Mark Arnold again. He's probably lost in a construction site somewhere. With nobody pressed charges, with Hudson Enterprises completely discredited. I mean, it's really bad.
No, I mean, they went out of business within a week.
Within a week. And without Mark Arnold to prosecute and arrest, the president of the company is arrested for negligence, for pollution. You know he had nothing to do with it, but he's arrested.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer.
It's a bummer for him.
I'm like, that one's tragedy.
There's a lot.
Wait, sorry. Is he in the rich people jail at least?
Yes, he's in the rich people jail.
All right. Still bad. Still bad.
It is not put on the record. Anything. Joe does not have anything on his record.
Okay.
He is demoted.
That's a bummer.
Nobody outside of the police force knows.
Mm-hmm.
But he is demoted. Very busy. He's now a regular detective rather than a lieutenant. And he shows up about 2 days later at your apartment with Chinese takeout. And he says, so, I'm on vacation for a few weeks.
Surprisingly, I am also on vacation for a couple weeks. Let's go to Niagara Falls. Well, courthouse, then Niagara Falls.
I do. I mean, I will. And he's a little tearing up.
Yeah.
And he puts the Chinese takeout down. And he just comes over and he just gives you this hug to... You can tell he's so glad you're alive.
Mm-hmm. And she hugs back.
You can turn over your problem if you like. Read it out loud.
Oh, good! Nightmares. You wake nightly in cold sweat, half remembering dreams in which you are fleeing, always fleeing. The dark pit of the city threatens to swallow you up. Something far more horrible lurks above. If you could only see it and run faster. Counter by spending an edge that benefits either cool or stability. I do have that.
You do?
Here's the truth, though. In these weeks where this is happening, Vivian is keeping a very close eye on all the pieces that she's laid in place.
Yes.
But I think what is really starting to get to her is she did all this work.
Yeah.
Every single piece. And if she could have done things quicker, if she had more power to do this,
yes,
she could have solved these problems a lot faster.
Yep.
And so Vivian always wants to get her story.
She does.
But she's really tired of just telling it.
Mm.
So I think while she did not lie when she said she has the next couple weeks off, but I do think she's not going back to the Post. And I think that's where the harried comes in, because I do not think she was cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think she came in and she is mad. And it's not even at Larry or her editor. I think she's just mad that she saw the Post as her only way to make change.
Yeah.
And she couldn't even make enough change. And so all this happened because even though she tried, like, she had to work within the system so hard.
She did. Yep.
That it got Joe in trouble. So I think
that harried involved some inappropriate yelling at your boss.
I don't think so much that she was quit. I think it's really hard to figure out who said I quit and who's fired first.
I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I think Vivian thankfully had some savings.
Yes. Do you get your story out before this?
I think she types everything up and passes it to Carmilla. Because she has to wait for all of it to come out. But I do not think she gives Carmilla the Cthulhu book.
Okay.
I think she gives the easy story.
Yeah.
I think she's
corruption.
like, hey, Joe's like, even though Joe didn't get out there, she's like, I'm too close to this.
Yeah.
And so I think it takes time. I think it takes energy. But I do think the nightmares slowly pass now that she's not working for the Post anymore.
So, harried gets you quit/fired. Please delete harried.
I will see if I can.
You counter the nightmares with warm-hearted. You may delete both of those.
Because I think maybe the reason she's not having a big wedding and having a courthouse wedding is because they are going to need those savings. Because he's no longer a lieutenant and she's no longer working.
I will tell you this. You may, if you wish, turn over that edge, which is not relevant.
Prepping?
If you hit Z, if you click it and hit Z, then it just goes up super big.
Oh, okay. That would probably be helpful. Forearmed with the knowledge of Arnold's megalomania, your own witty tongue, you can find the words to distract him. Give yourself +2 actions. That is actually pretty great. Never needed it.
Never needed it because you didn't really have a conversation with him. But your analysis of his character is such that you could have. However, delete that card because nobody is ever seeing him again. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
And no. And so I think we get a montage. I mean, if I can be bold.
Please do.
Of a couple scenes that happens.
Joe would offer to get you a private investigator's license.
I think that's the end of it. I think starts off
because you need people to sign off. Do you know what I mean? Like you need
There's a lot of laughing over Chinese food.
Yeah.
Then there's the car, taking them to Niagara Falls. You get a series of snapshots of a quick but very happy wedding.
Yeah.
Then you get snapshots of going to the fam, right?
Yeah.
Spending a week at the farm. Joe covered in mud holding a pig. And then you get back to the town and you see like them moving in together.
Yeah. Because they're married now, so they're now allowed to.
Yeah. I also think there's a picture of Joe and Vivian at a Italian restaurant, and there's a candle, and one of them looks pretty happy, and the other one does not. And then I do think I think then you do see the last thing is the private eye of like Vivian Private Eye. Which working on a lot of contracts.
Yeah. And I suppose I will give you one last thing.
Yeah.
Vivian Sinclair, Private Eye. You know that it was not easy for Joe to, because the police have to sign off on this paperwork, for him to do this, because you know he doesn't want you in trouble.
No.
But Phil talked to him, about what Phil found down there. One of Phil's interns is now in Bellevue permanently, not working.
Phil is okay?
Phil is okay, but one of the interns touched it.
Yes, I didn't even think about that. That's so... here's the thing. That's what haunted, I think, Vivian for a really long time.
Yeah. It could have been Phil, but Phil has more will than his interns, and one of the interns touched it first.
Well, he's also been aware of the Cthulhu-y things, and he's like, oh, no. I've got a kid.
Yes. They had some conversations, and it was after one of those conversations about what was down there. Between Phil and Joe, that Joe comes back and he just says simply, I don't want anything to happen to you. But Phil says you saved the city. So, and you can clearly go places that I can't. As he's in his uniform, you know.
Yeah. This is probably before he goes into work. Like, they've had a good dinner. She's doing his tie.
So, I can make it that when you put in that private detective paperwork that it gets approved.
And I think she does the tie up. And I think she says, okay. But you should not be letting me off the hook. You are being way too nice. And I think she like flattens the shoulders and she's like, in return, I will tell you and let you know when I'm going to fight anything that is gooey or has claws or a long tongue.
I would prefer you didn't fight any of those things.
Me too. But I can go where you can't.
Still can't believe they're real. But
I can't believe you haven't seen them before. And I like that. And I think she pinches the cheek and she's like, keep it that way.
I have a present for you. And he goes over, and he goes into a drawer, and he hands you back your gun. It, was never at the, crime scene.
Oh. Thank you. I lost it in the move, and so I'm so happy you found it.
Viv, I love you, but Marty's a problem. You can't work with him.
Marty is what helped us. And I agree. We should not. You should not. But I will need it.
Marty is part of the system that is corrupting our city. They rob people. They undercut business. They loan shark.
But they're also the things that stopped those eggs from cracking. They're also the things that got Hudson closed. They're also the things that are willing, and I'm willing to put them on the line to fight those things. So I agree with you in a lot of ways. And if this is going to be a real big problem, we can talk about it. But we're not going to talk about it in the 5 minutes before you get on the train.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you.
And I love you too. We got a lot to talk about. Those newsies that we're inviting over. Because I think Vivian, at the point that she wanted kids, it's not going to work. She's too busy. Yeah. I do think there's a lot of small children that run around.
Yeah.
And I think that works for the two of them.
Yeah. And I think it's just rough because, you see some terrible things. that, you know, maybe that's just not going to work out for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend, that, I believe, is our episode.
I honestly think this is also going away.
It is. You will be getting a different starting problem that you get to choose.
Oh my god.
For Vivian Sinclair, private detective.
I can't believe she lived. I can't believe she lived. I cannot believe she lived.
There were some things. Oh, I did forget to tell you that last thing.
What?
I'm so sorry. We can't wrap it up until I tell you two things.
Yeah.
One,
Yeah.
Carmela has her name on a front page story. Your story. It's your story.
I think that's okay.
Her name's on it. And she gets a desk award, right? Like a New York City desk award for that reporting. It's really a big deal. And Carla notes, Vivian lived because that clutch 11. That is true, actually.
That is true. That is actually true. Yes.
Yep. And it's more than just the clutch 11 that Vivian lived. It's a number.
It was two things that worked out really, really well. It was the fact that I could get away. Like, I used all of my social negotiations.
Yeah, so one.
Yeah.
Carmela, she gets the story.
Yeah.
You notice she punched up a little bit. She changed a few things, but it's your
Good.
story almost.
It's
almost
very
completely.
modern.
It's very modern. That desk award that she got, you would have gotten it, but you're no longer a reporter. But she's set up to do well at the Post. There is one other story you notice in the paper.
Wait, can I just say that I assume Carmela and Vivian meet every other week to mentor, also get the scoop because, like, she's like, yeah.
You're going to have a new contact, which is going to be a reporter contact. Carmela is your new contact that you're going to add. We're going to also add Marty as a contact, which I'm sure Joe will love. There is.
I'm just gonna say, Vivian's got to be a great wife if she gets to keep a mobster on her address book. Like, a mobster who flirts a little bit too much with Vivian in front of Joe. Vivian must be doing something right.
Yeah. I will note that Marty never really flirts with you when Joe's not there.
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. It's a little weird. When Joe's not there, it's actually just really friendly. It's pretty platonically friendly. He seems to, he may or may not have a crush, it's unclear, but he really respects you and likes you, and he really enjoys playing poker with you. He thinks you're a good dame. He thinks you're a person who understands what life is really about, that you can't just be too,
you can't play by the book, but you can't also be the worst person. Like, there's a middle ground. I think Marty plays in that as well.
Yes. And he does quite well. His mob family does quite well. Yep. He likes you. And he should. He never flirts with you except when Joe's around, and he only flirts in this kind of like plausible deniability way that Joe knows, but Joe can't call him on it, and it's only when Joe's there. And Joe hates Marty. I just have to tell you that. Joe hates Marty a lot.
I think this is their number one fight.
Yeah. Marty
their number one fight.
Loves Joe. Well, he loves being around Joe at moments. He loves playing poker. He wants to invite Joe. Joe loses. Joe speaking, you win.
Cannot keep poker face.
He cannot. And all the flirting just makes Joe a worse poker player.
Yes.
And that happens quite a bit. And you might think that perhaps it's a strategy that Marty uses to beat Joe in poker. This is the fight.
It is the fight. That is the one fight I think there's little fights they have, but I think Vivian is now so honest, it's probably a problem.
Yes, and I feel like there are times when Joe would prefer not to hear some of these things, you know?
I did not hear that. I did not hear that you went into the mayor's office. I did not hear, like...
Nope. But Joe is also... He's still a good cop.
Yeah.
Joe changes a little bit with this stuff with Marty and all of this. And he does things that are probably making you a little nervous about his safety. And that is... He doesn't think... He's still on the force because a mobster put pressure on the chief of police.
Yeah.
And he didn't... It's not on his record. He got a demotion. And then later he gets promoted back up. And he's pretty sure that was Marty too, which also makes him dislike Marty.
But he's not
Marty
sure.
Fixed it. He's not sure.
He's not sure. And Vivian's like, that, I did not ask for that favor, but he doesn't know. And I think Marty bugs him about that.
Yes. I will say this. The change that you get in Joe, which might make you worry about his safety a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There are things that people can no longer ignore.
Yeah.
For you, it's Cthulhu stuff.
Mm-hmm.
For Joe, it's corruption in the police force.
Yeah.
He slowly, as you become this private detective and start doing things proactively in ways that are pretty amazing, makes him worried, but he also is impressed by the change that you can make, the good change you can make. And sure, a lot of cases are like, I think my husband's cheating on me. That kind of a thing.
That's what the money is for. That's how they get the money. But the big things that, because if she's a private eye, she could be like, I figured out all of this. I'm putting it on a piece of paper. Like, it's not a reporter saying it anymore. It is a private eye saying it.
Yes. And he starts, you can see that he's gearing up to go over big things. He starts going to night classes. He's going to try to get his law degree.
Which Vivian loves, because he's not on the force anymore, but also
he's still on the force. He's doing it at night. He's taking classes.
No, right? But I know that he's gearing up to go against the mob, and this is going to be a problem. Yeah. Joe should run for DA.
He is running for DA. You know he's not running yet, but there's only one reason why he's taking night classes to become a lawyer. It's so he can run for DA.
Honestly, though, I think regarding, like, safety-wise, not great. But I think she's like, this is where he should be. This is like, I'm going to be proud. I'm going to make night lunches. Vivian is a terrible cook. She just gets takeouts and puts it in the boxes. She can make one thing, and it's meatloaf.
Yes. You could see it in your future. He is going to leave the force, and he's going to run for DA. And if he can become a DA, he's going to be a DA, and he's going to be a DA that's going to be a reformist DA that's going to try to take down corruption.
Okay.
Does
Marty
you know that's his goal. Joe has not told you that this is what he's planning on doing. He doesn't need to tell you.
No. Right? But Vivian's not going to tell Marty.
No. There are some things that maybe Marty doesn't need to know, and Joe didn't tell you, so you don't have to tell. Like, there's a thing. It's a thing.
I like to hope that Vivian is. Yeah.
He's seen you move, and he's moving too. Do you know?
Good. And I think Vivian's like, Marty loves me. This is gonna be fine. Yeah. This is gonna be fine. But, like, in the back of her head, she's like, she's going to do a lot of favors for the mob. Because she still has that one for Marty that is still on. Like, she owes Marty.
She does. And
Joe does know that.
Yep. He doesn't like it. And he just thinks you should not fulfill any favors. That's his. But he also knows that he can't control you, and he doesn't want to control you, right? Yeah. He loves you for who you are. He worries about you. So in the same way that you try to make sure he doesn't get implicated in things, he tries to make sure that you won't either. And he's going to become a lawyer so he can become a DA. It's going to take time.
Yeah. Oh, I think the next time that the next Cthulhu, which...
Oh, yes. There will be a next.
Because there's one more in New York that you found, right?
That is correct, yep.
So, like, this is going to be interesting because I think she's going to be in her 40s.
Because you're mid 30s now, right?
She's late 30s now. She was mid 30s in the second season. So I think she might be going gray. Like,
oh, nice.
We're getting like weathered, but in a very cool way.
Yeah. Oh, I like it. By the way, 1935.
Yeah.
The World's Fair. You see in the newspaper that the World's Fair is coming to New York City in 1939.
Oh,
isn't that great?
That's so great. Oh no.
They do need to find a location for it. And they have found the perfect location for the World's Fair.
Where is it?
They're going to clean up the Corona Meadows. And they're going to turn it into a park. And they're going to have that be the site of the World's Fair.
As long as they don't go deep, it's fine.
It'll just sit on top of whatever lies below. And that will be our episode. We're going to have a D.A. Joe, Private Detective Vivian, Uncle Marty.
Uncle Marty for sure. I think also some of the kids that they I think they have a non-formal foster situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's true. Yeah.
Oh no, this is great and also like dangerous. And I assume like I think the last thing we haven't talked about is I do think Vivian is like, you really like writing emotional peaches. Talk to these people in Hooverville, right?
Yes.
Like, you might not be able to do anything about it, but like, make sure the people of New York know there's people in there, right? And so maybe it's like a column of like interviewing, and it's like I don't know if Carmela does it, but Carmela is really passionate about that with the breadline photo that she took.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you lend her to that, she absolutely will. She would probably ask for you to come with her because you have an in with these folks.
Absolutely, and I think she like.
She would
knows
ask if she could put your name on the byline.
Yes.
Would you say yes?
I would say yes.
Okay. Because she's like, I don't want to take credit for your work a second time.
That's very sweet. That's very sweet.
I think the Times would ask you to come and work for them. Sounds like you said no.
She said, I think one time she's like, I'll do the puzzle. And the puzzle was bad. The puzzle was so bad that they never asked again.
Ooh, yeah, that's fair. I believe you had some questions for me about this
What was
situation.
the egg? What was the egg? I assume it was a reptile, and it didn't actually, like, Ira feeling that there were hands around their neck were not actually hands around the neck.
They were not?
Right? Cool.
Do you spend time researching this, like in this, like, because we have an interim, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Before
I think she does because she works with Ira and Stella on the exorcism.
Yes. And you probably have to go and work with Stella to do research to find stories and folklore.
Yeah.
This is not anything that Phil Lentz would know because they blew that stuff up. If you talk to Phil, they sent explosives in and they blew the whole thing up.
And I think that's exactly what they should do, and like agreed. That's why she did the things she did.
And you would have heard a couple things from Marty in passing about what Mark Arnold, if he had spoken to Mark Arnold, which he never did.
Yeah.
But had he might have heard a few things from Mark Arnold.
On their wedding day, Marty comes up and is like, hey, here's some things you should know. And like, anyways, it was a reception. It wasn't a wedding, but anyways.
Yeah. You hear stories, reports, diaries, old things, hundreds of years old, just strange things here and there. That there were mad ravings from How does Marty know this? That's unclear, but let's just say that he might have been around Mark Arnold when Mark Arnold was saying things, some of the last things that Mark Arnold might have said.
Yeah.
Theoretically. Giant worms. Worm-like things. Worm-like things. But large enough to burrow through the crusts of planets when they're full-sized. Very large. They burrow into the crust of the planet and then fester deep beneath the surface for millennia. And then when they're ready, they hatch. And when they hatch, the first one that hatches, his good friend who was, by the way, was
almost
hatch night,
hatching.
but you almost hatched.
Oh.
It was going to happen that night, but you got around that one. You were fast enough. You may not think you were fast enough. Vivian may not have thought that she was fast enough, but let me tell you what, there was a hatching that you were able to stop from happening.
Dynamite is very effective at stopping things from hatching.
You had moments. He was, Mark Arnold was going to feed someone. He was off trying to find someone to feed to that egg so that it could hatch it.
Awful.
You got there before
It could have been me.
It could have been you if you had not rolled the way that you rolled. It could have very well have been you. Let me tell you what. So when one hatches, it devours everything around it and grows maybe 20 to 50 times its size. And then it starts feeding. It's not good. If that thing had ever...
It would have eaten New York. It would have eaten all of New York.
Probably more than that. Also, it has protective mechanisms before it hatches.
Which is okay.
It touches the minds of people around it, and it corrupts them. It makes sure that the people would want to protect it. But if you are touched by it, if it gets into your mind, which you were able to make sure that it didn't by making that very difficult roll just by, then it just reinforces your worst traits and impulses. It warps things around you. Yeah. And the more you are around it, like Mark Arnold was, the more extreme your behavior becomes. The more obsessed you become.
Would have done anything for a story. Maybe even start creating the stories to then report on the stories.
Yes. That starting problem of yours, anything for the story, if you had touched it and it got into your mind, that would just become worse and worse.
Yeah. And
worse. It would...
start some arsons, report on it. Oh no, poison in the Bellevue hospital, better report on that. I don't think Vivian has it in her to be a serial killer, but maybe.
Well, with an egg friend,
you
become the greatest reporter ever. Yeah, but...
But I didn't.
You did not.
But we did it.
I'm going to tell you this, a couple of things. One, that egg was about to hatch, and it was going to hatch that night. Arnold was just looking for somebody to feed to it to get it to awake. It had been long enough.
So if we had, and Dynamite probably killed it even before it hatched, because Dynamite kills things, as Krillin points out.
Yes.
One weakness is Dynamite.
Yes. But if you had been caught, then Mark Arnold would have taken you to the egg to allow the egg to consume you to hatch. Now, you might have escaped.
Yeah.
And then it might have just consumed him, but I'm going to tell you what. There would have been something very terrible that was going to hatch that night if you had not blown it up first.
I'm okay with that.
The next thing is if you had not hit that 18 and trapped the elevator up top so they could not get down.
Mm-hmm.
When you left, they would have gotten, Mark Arnold would have gotten eggs and ran with them.
Right.
And he would have escaped with some eggs. And it would have taken...
Also bad.
Yeah, real bad. It would have taken too long before anybody could have come there. He would have been able to get an egg out, and he would have escaped with it. That is real bad. You were able to save maybe not just New York, but the world. Also, if you had gone down there, you would have seen all of the eggs. That's cool.
Yeah. But there was a lot more eggs that could get you.
Yes. You may have been able to withstand the stability test to avoid the eggs getting in your mind. Because you resisted it once, which means it would have been a little bit easier to resist it the second time. But they were there, and there were a lot of them, and they would love to have been friends with you, so that you would protect them. So that you would protect them. That you didn't go down there.
Yeah.
But you also made it so that they couldn't get the eggs out before you could get the rest of your teams in.
Exactly.
Because
I knew Lentz knew about the Cthulhu. I knew he would agree with me. I did lose some of his team, which...
Yeah.
Nightmares.
Yeah. If you had not have made that 11... Because the thing is, it would take too long for them to get in there, right?
Yeah.
And Mark Arnold would have escaped before Marty could kill him, because Marty absolutely killed him, by the way. Maybe a little torture first for messing with his friend, because Marty is a mobster, and
no, he's just a little guy. He's just a little guy.
Yeah. But Mark Arnold is dead. The head of that company, Hudson Enterprises, is in prison. All of that actually made it a little bit easier to cover for Joe. Yeah. Joe stole the evidence of your gun so that you would not get into trouble, which was part of the problem for him. But Marty made sure that Joe, as you asked for, that was not on his record.
Yeah.
Marty becomes a very powerful mob boss due to all of the things you've given him.
Oh, because corruption. He got so much money off that. And then Neil's family, I bet Neil's family didn't get a lot of money from Hudson Enterprises. But they lived.
In the end, yes. None of the union guys got anything from Hudson because Hudson went bankrupt.
Yeah.
But the union did pay the pension for them. And I'm going to tell you something else.
What?
That you also avoided. If you had gone to Neil's house, people would have known.
Yeah.
And the only safe thing to do would be to kick Neil and his father out of the union so that it wouldn't blow back on them, and then Neil and his family would have had neither the money from Hudson nor the pension.
Yeah.
But
did they heal it all?
No, they died. They died. They bled out. It was terrible. It was a slow, painful death. There was no way to reverse that. But nobody else is going to be hit with that.
Okay. I'll take it. I'll take what we can take, right?
Yeah. And Neil lived, because it's going to be really bad for him. Neil lived. Nobody else is going down there.
Yeah.
And you have saved the city. And you don't even realize by how much.
And this is the first time I think Vivian saved the city. Because before, she got a story on a Cthulhu.
Yep.
Second time, she saved some mobsters. Not great. Yep. Third time, the city.
And maybe more than just the city. But if the stories that you have found are true and not just the mad ravings of people, these things might have come from outer space.
Vivian hates sci-fi. I think the last thing we see really is that Vivian has now a very well. She's so fast at typing. Yeah. I think she has in a locked drawer that her and Joe have the key to, like everything she knows about Cthulhu. And it says Cthulhu, and then across the words, confidential.
Oh! Woo! Name drop!
Yeah.
But give you a bonus for that one. My friends, that is Astoria.
I can't believe it. I walked in being like, it's the day that Vivian's gonna die because of all the bad decisions I made.
You could have. You skirted a lot of death a number of times. That could have been real bad for you, is all I'm saying. Like,
oh yeah.
Really bad.
So
Really,
we get to see Vivian
really bad.
again in a couple of years, maybe a year, maybe a couple of years. We get one more in New York even.
Yes, one more in New York, and then who knows what
Yeah.
happens. I mean, if he becomes a DA, he's not going to want to leave New York.
No, but I think Vivian is going to become old enough to become somebody else's Cthulhu contact.
Oh. Okay. Let us do our outros. That was amazing. And as the first part of the outro, I'm going to say, could you say who you are, where we can find you, and if you have any questions, comments that you want to, questions you want to ask me, comments you want to give me, or comments you want to give to chat who's hanging out right here, I pass it to you, the most amazing of all.
I'm JakiDash, JakiDash. You usually can find me on Mondays for Monday Fun Day, where I play long-form RPGs or video games. Unfortunately, I am doing Monday overtime tomorrow, so we will be doing Monday eventually, like in a week. But we're playing Skyward Sword. It's great. It's a whole lot of fun. But I want to give a big shout out, and I told you this offline, but I want to tell you it online, because I really appreciate that I have 1,000 ideas at all time in my brain, and I appreciate that, and you were telling me that this book does a really good job, this game, as you both being the GM runner, but also a support, because I don't have any other players.
Yeah,
so this is one where I didn't feel like we weren't fighting each other. Yeah. This was not a you win, I win. I think we both wanted Vivian to make mistakes to make good story. And thank you for allowing me to be like, is there, can I take some bad? And so I really want to appreciate and say thank you for being so open to all these weird addendums I was doing with phone calls and ruining Andy's night and day.
But all those weird things you did helped. Do you know what I mean? Like, they really helped. They helped you not have that thing hatch. They helped so that secretary did not get fired. I mean, she lost her job eventually, to be honest, because that company goes down. But she's
got another week.
Yeah, and she's going to get another job, right?
Oh,
but the things you did, all of those ideas helped in such small and then really big ways to make it so that you got out of there, but you also helped so many people. You helped those people in the Hoovervilles who are going to have a story written about them. You helped Raphael, who goes to your cousin, right, to get medical care, who could not afford it otherwise. You did so much good in the city.
She's a softie now.
And you really helped the mob too, you know? And I think that it's a
It's gonna be such a problem next episode.
I love your relationship triangle between Joe, Marty, and you. I love it.
Yes, because it's not even a love triangle. It's like a power triangle.
It's a power triangle, is what it is. It's a nice power triangle. I love the power triangle that's going on there, and I just think that Marty just likes poking with Joe at this point in time. Do you know what I mean?
But
like,
Joe also is like, I can't get Marty because Marty has not told me anything yet.
Yep, it's true, and I imagine that Marty likes to hang out with Joe, invites you to the restaurant, and you know, he's not only doing it because he enjoys messing with Joe.
Yeah.
But whether or not Joe is corruptible, they've been seen together now.
Yes.
So he figures this is a way that Joe's not going to be able to come after him.
Joe also unironically likes the food there.
He does. The food's really good.
The food's really good.
The food is really good. Yeah. Yeah, the food is really good.
Yeah, but I do want to give a shout out. You are fantastic at not only like bringing in other players, but also painting the world of the New York in the 1920s and 30s, like bringing this historical context, like introducing so many concepts. It's very, thank you so much. I could not ask for a better GM for Cthulhu Confidential.
Aww. We did not get any tips or bits or messages, so that's fine. But I do think...
Is there a sponsor?
We do have a sponsor. Will and TW is our monthly sponsor. And he is amazing, and I love him. I do want to show you something, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
Why?
Absolutely.
Because we're in the going away days, and so we can. So here is our the industrial elevator. If you would like to head down there, which I'm sure you would love to head down there, because that's not going to be distressing.
Okay, but that looks so cool. So, like, and there would be a ground there, right? This is in process built. So all those, there would probably be, there's like sheet metal right there.
Yes.
Okay. This
Here's
is a
what
big...
it looks like down below.
You know, you could fit a whole lot of eggs there. You could fit a bunch of eggs in this cavern.
Here's our tunnels. These are our sandhogs, right? This is how big these tunnels are compared to people.
So large, so much water.
And there's some nice art for you, where you'd be traveling.
I'm so glad you showed these pictures, and I'm so glad Vivian did not go there. She had too much fear with...
It may have been bad to go down there. I'm not saying you should have gone down there.
No, but it would have been
it might have been a bad idea.
Oh, yeah. I think we're going to talk about leveling up Vivian for next time. I think she's definitely going to be like, I'm going to get really good. Marty can get her dynamite. And I think dynamite is something that is going to be very common in her office.
You know, we're going to just talk about that, because we can have that conversation.
Yeah.
And so, let's see. You did your outro. I showed you
photographs.
Do
yours.
Yes, and I want to say thank you to everybody who supported us. Thank you, Will and TW. I am troopersjp. This has been amazing. I love running Cthulhu Confidential with good old JakiDash.
Ding.
Ding. Talking to AJ, we might be getting Langston Wright back again. He's got some stuff to do because, you know, he's a video game developer, and the video game world is a little bit complicated right now. But
so good.
May indeed happen. When will we do this again? I don't know. Maybe winter break, maybe next summer. But there will be more Vivian, because I want to know what Vivian does with her DA husband and mob best friend, mob boss best friend. Marty's
It's also going to be a problem to be a private eye with unfettered reins with a DA. Like, there's
Yay. So thank you, JakiDash. I love your Vivian. I love your mind. I love how she really does try to do the right thing, but she's okay with breaking some eggs.
Yes.
To make an omelet. A creepy space alien, colossal, creepy space worm omelet. Yay. And I'm troopersjp. You can find me, today's Sunday, right? So Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel, you can find me GMing Writing Between the Lines, our Good Society game, which is good times.
Oh, that is good.
Fun. On Friday at 7 p.m. Oh, it's so good. We're doing downstairs at the Abbey, the expansion, so the players are both upstairs aristocratic people and also the servants.
So good.
So much drama. And then we have Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel. I'll be going solo, just by myself doing an RPG. Crash Jones, Space Adventurer, and the Asteroid Dungeon of Peril. Right now, he and his chums are stuck in the asteroid dungeon. They've got to find their way into the heart to rescue Dread Liege Dalton Danvers, their good chum, who's currently in the midst of doom. Dreadlee's Dalton Danvers is strapped to a conveyor belt that's going down slowly towards an array of lasers. If the lasers hit him, he'll be killed, so they've got to go and rescue him before it's too late. They've got a lot of people to rescue.
Oh, yeah, no. I would assume that's most of his job.
Yes. He'll save every one of us. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, and then on Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern on this channel will be part 3 of Seasons of Death Spring, our Night's Black Agent solo ops game myself and PP plays inside. That is the second Gumshoe 1-to-1 game made by Pelgrane, who also does Cthulhu Confidential. Our agent is in Moscow trying to figure out what happened. There's a missing MI6 agent, and I'm sure it has nothing to do with vampires.
No. It's totally normal case.
Totally normal case. This was amazing. You were wonderful. I really appreciated everything you did. I loved how you found out what it was, and you were like, yeah, no, we have to. I appreciate the way in which you solved that problem without having to go down there, which could have been bad.
No, Vivian's like, we don't need to follow this anymore. I cannot report on this. Let's blow it up.
You're like, not gonna be a good story, but also if you had just ran without sabotaging that mechanism, there's a problem card that comes for that called Too Little Too Late, and you did not get that problem card.
Good. Well, it would be really hard to do another series in New York if New York no longer existed. That's all I gotta say.
It just would be real bad, and you would hate it. It would be real bad. That would just be real bad. It would be real bad. It would be bad. Yeah. And there'd be some horrors, some terrors.
At a minimum.
At a minimum. I'm a little sad that we don't get Vivian Sinclair, serial reporter, who now just makes the news in order to recover the news and then gets her Pulitzer Prize. And
well, it would be really tragic because then Joe, like, eventually there would have to be, like, detective murdered in a house.
Yeah.
Grieving widow reports on the case. Like, it just wouldn't go well.
It would not go well. Because if the tendrils got into your mind, which was another problem card you avoided, by the way, then that could have been what happened.
We're just all lucky that the dice decided to not roll 4 and 2s anymore.
Well, they knew what you needed. Do you know what I mean?
Did. Mm-hmm.
They did. And with that, I think we should go. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
From the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much.
You're all hoot and a half. So funny in chat.
Love the comments.
Love them.
Wait. What's the name for today's episode? We had Riot was the first one.
Yes. And then we had Goop.
The Goop for the second one. We need a one-word title for this one.
It's either going to be Boom.
Oh.
Or Egg.
Omelet, says Krellin.
Omelet's good. Omelet's good.
I like it.
Boom, Dynamite, Egg.
Ooh, Dynamite with an exclamation point.
Ooh, that might be fun.
I like that. Dynamite. Okay.
Yeah.
That's us, everybody. Take care, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Ciao.
Bye-bye.